need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can.
Brunson gets it, fires up a three. Shot no good. The chip, it's gone! It's gone! It's gone! With 1.2 remaining. Knicks take the lead. OG Anunoby, and it's 107-106. Harper lobs it inside. Castle hasn't lost it. That's it. It's over. The greatest comeback in NBA playoff history. The Knicks pull off the miracle comeback and lead it 3-1. Now 1 win away from a title.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to it. It's a Thursday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. And that is what we do. Shout out to ABC, ESPN there on the call. Nice work, boys, putting it together, because that's exactly where we have to start. It's a busy day in the Mile High City. We're going to hear from Super Joe today, so that's exciting. We're going to hear from Sean Payton and a few players. That is always exciting, but we'll get to that when it comes our way. Cecil Lammy, your New York Knicks were dead in the water.
Oh, yeah.
It was over. I was getting ready to text the boys. I told Alex after the latter part of the show, like, hey, dude, I think the winner of this game goes on to win each series.
Right.
And then through all those first 3 quarters, I'm like, damn it. There's actually a little part of me, I'm like, I don't want Cecil to be upset. It's been 50 years.
It's been 50, 84 years.
Because I thought that was going to go that way. If the Spurs continued and didn't crumble like a week-old cookie on the countertop the way that they did, that thing was all going San Antonio's way. They made 14 threes in the first half. That sets an NBA Finals record. The Knicks fought back in that fourth quarter. They were down 29 points at one point. They were down 20 points in that fourth quarter alone. And then they obviously make the comeback of the ages, and you heard it there on the call, the biggest comeback in NBA Finals history.
Right.
There are major moments of this basketball game. Of course, the OG Anunoby tip is going to get all the love, but De'Aaron Fox, my goodness, my man, you made an elementary school basketball mistake in the NBA Finals with a chance for your team to tie it in Madison Square Garden.
Right.
And he decides to go up for the layup. It gets blocked, and the rest is literally history from here. I don't want to take away what OG did because the play's incredible. I don't know if you've seen the front page of the newspapers out there today. The OMG and the O and G are orange and blue.
Right.
It's just pretty damn cool. Even me, for a Knicks hater, can go, that's cool. And he's an Indiana guy that makes the tip, but It's over. There is no chance that the Spurs can come back and win this. The New York Knicks are now proud owners of the San Antonio Spurs' souls for the rest of their lives.
Finish the deal, man. Finish the deal. That's the thing with the Knicks. And they trailed by 17 points with 9 minutes to go. Entering last night, teams were 0-96.
Wow.
When trailing by 17 points in the final minutes, 9 minutes of regulation of the finals game since 1970. The Knicks have now just made it 1-96.
That's incredible.
It's absolutely incredible. And it's one of those teams where it's like, all right, there was one lead change. I don't know if you saw this graphic, but that was the graphic. There was one lead change.
I saw it this morning.
It happened at the end. And OG with the big threes. It's not just the tip-in, man. OG was on fire with the three-pointers. What, he finished at over 30 points in the game.
33, I think
exactly what you needed from your depth pieces. So, again, when you watch these Stanley Cup Final or the NBA Finals, you think, what does Denver have? What does Colorado have? What do they not have? That depth for the Knicks came through again. And just as I said yesterday, dejected about the Spurs getting game 3, I said, hey, if the Spurs make mistakes, the Knicks make them pay. If the Spurs don't make mistakes, the Spurs win.
Yeah.
Now, does that mean the Spurs have to play perfect? I mean, maybe, because even the Fox mistake at the end.
They played about 40 minutes of perfect basketball.
Exactly. But that mistake, those guys were opportunistic, and teams trailing by 20-plus points in the NBA playoffs over the last 2 seasons. Everyone else in the NBA is 4-71 when trailing by 20 in the playoffs over the last 2 years. 4-71. The Knicks are 5-3. So as crazy as it may sound, and you may think I'm crazy, you may think I was in the garage.
This morning?
I was not worried. During that game, as worried as I am, I was not worried because I knew I'd seen it before. They're 5-3 over the last 2 years when they fall down by 20. I've seen this team climb back from down by 20, just being resilient, and I think Charles Barkley put it perfectly. It's stupid. What the Spurs did was stupid.
Dumb.
Like, they got a lead, and hell, it's a big lead, okay? I get it. You're up by 29. You're probably going to coast a little bit. But that's a young team that kind of let their foot off the gas. They kept shooting threes. That's where Chuck took real issue. Mm-hmm. And it's one of the things, I don't want to necessarily get my soapbox out, but like Michael Jordan would always talk about the three-pointer shot, and they'd say, like, why aren't you better with your three-pointers? Because actually MJ, what was he, like a 31%
yeah, that wasn't
shooter?
his game.
It wasn't the game at the time. But he said the three-pointer would take away from what I do and what from basketball.
That they used to have the specialist to only do that.
Right. You used to have your Dell Curry, not Steph Curry. You used to have your Dell Curry. You used to have your John Paxson, right? Just the guy is spotted up. Chucky the Rifleman person.
Yeah.
You used to have that guy spotted up, ready to shoot those threes. The Spurs just kept doing that as if they were Chucky the Rifleman person.
Yeah.
Where they just were firing from the arc and it wasn't going in, and the Knicks slowly and surely fought back. A lesson in never giving up. And also just a highlight. Listen, Adam Silver's the worst commissioner in all of sports, but I texted Big E last night. Shout out Big E. And I said, this is why basketball is king, or could be king. It's an incredible sport. Maybe they're number 3 right now, right? And maybe even falling behind Major League Baseball.
I don't think that.
That may be happening.
Yeah.
That may be happening. I know you don't think that because you're a hoop head.
Yeah.
But,
there's some numbers
honestly,
from this series that tell you.
Yeah, from this series.
This series will destroy the World Series this year in Major League Baseball.
Yes. But basketball is such a pure sport, and when you get entertainment like that, I don't care if you even are a Spurs fan. If you were not entertained...
Dude, I'm rooting against the Knicks, and I loved that game last night. I loved that game last night.
It was an instant classic.
Yeah.
Instant classic that we will all remember, and OG, it's not just the tip-in.
The freeze frame of that tip-in, that again,
looked like the Statue
photo.
of Liberty.
That's what they said. Worldwide Wob's like, here's his statue off 33rd and 7th. Put it up just like that.
Yeah, or it looked like the ODB, the Odell Beckham Jr. catch.
And how about the fact that Wu-Tang is
Yes.
I'm like, oh, Wu-Tang at halftime just being ruined and wasted. And it's like, you know what? Maybe it was cash rules everything around me that sparked the comeback for the New York Knicks.
Yep, sparking that comeback. And Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, this triumph night, Alex.
I mean, Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns and OG, like, just imagine the legends that they're cementing. You have to finish the deal. You don't want to choke this thing away, because part of last night we can say that's San Antonio. That might be the biggest choke job in all of sports.
I don't know that you have to put might in front of it. The Atlanta Falcons and the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah,
they are one and the same.
I saw the Falcons logo with the spur, and it was silver and black.
The boys on what's the show? Inside the NBA. Somebody tweeted them that, the new Spurs logo.
Yeah, and I saw Matt Ryan, you're now off the hook because 28-3 is done. But this is a championship moment. Obviously, with the Super Bowl, it was one game, but still a championship moment.
And football's bigger than basketball, so it's
the biggest choke job in sports. But also at the same time, I'm not going to take anything away from the Knicks. That was the Spurs choking it away. That was the Spurs having hubris. That was the Spurs thinking they'd got it in the bag, and it was the Knicks fighting back. So yes, it was a choke job, but it wasn't like San Antonio totally choking and then the Knicks just got lucky. The Knicks fought and they kept fighting, and you love that spirit.
The Knicks did something that is just they now have learned the lesson. The Falcons had to do the same thing. When you stop playing your opponent, and then in this case you start playing the clock, you're going to get got. And the basketball gods go, ooh, I see what you're doing here, and we'll punish you in the most severe way possible. And that's exactly what they did. This thing is over. It is a Knicks championship coming. I'm honestly sort of rooting for it to happen in Game 6 so that the city gets on fire.
I'm actually rooting for it.
I want the chaos.
Even though I said Knicks in 6, I am rooting for it to be finished in 5 because my heart can only take so much. I say I was calm. By calm, I mean like pulling my hair out of my head.
Yeah, but I can only imagine.
I'd seen it before with that team down by 20. They make that historic comeback. It was an instant classic.
Hey, we want to hear from you guys. Tribe and Trucker Roll Call, all that good stuff on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. Let us give you a shout out. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck? Same deal over on our YouTube page, youtube.com/DenverSports. Click that Dover and Cecil stream and participate in Tribe Chat fueled by Champ Honda. We're going to get to as many of those as we can. We do have to call a little audible. Mike Kliss hit us with the Omaha. We usually talk to him around 11 o'clock on Thursdays, but we're going to move that up. Mike Kliss is coming at you next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Philip Lindsay here. Summer is coming. Time for hikes, golf, and family adventures. But if degenerative joints or those old high school sports injuries are holding you back, discover natural, pain-free relief with Regen RX. Their stem cell treatment, PRP therapy, and shockwave therapy could be the answer to reclaiming your active life. No surgeries, no downtime, and no risk. Get a free consultation today. Text the word PAIN to 303-630-9770. That's PAIN to 303-630-9770.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s.
A price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins growing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 104.3 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
The music means one thing. It is time for our weekly interview with Mike Kliss of 9 News. He's our Broncos insider, and he's on Twitter at Mike Kliss 9 News. Give him a follow right there. And, of course,
what's going on, guys?
Hear him right here, Mike. We are fired up to have you on the program and excited to get ready for a viewing period today. We'll learn a little bit more about what's going on. Of course, mandatory minicamp right around the corner. And we got to start with what we've been talking about this week, Mike, and I'm sure you've been asked a million times about it. Where are you on the ankles with Bo? And will he participate in next week's mandatory minicamp? I guess that's what my question is. Is it a big deal or not a big deal if he's not out there next week?
Well, anything involving the quarterback is a big deal. So, any update if he, his wife posts vacations on Instagram and they get, reposted. So he should be out there on a limited capacity. I'm not sure. He might take a couple reps. Sean Payton has said we should see him take a couple reps next week in the mandatory. Don't expect him out there today, and we'll see about the ankles. There's several questions on the ankles. One, will he be fully recovered from it? And I think the answer to that is yes, from the 2 surgeries he had here this off season. The other question is, how effective will he be? Will it affect his effectiveness? And with his game being about scrambling and darting and cutting, will that be affected? And that we don't know yet. And then is there going to be an issue of durability with the ankles? Because he's had a few of these, and will they hold up? Do they think they got it fixed and corrected this time so ankle injury doesn't happen again?
Well, let's talk about the backup quarterback as well, because week 1 of OTAs, talking to my man Andrew Mason, your guy, my guy, everybody's guy, he said, hey, Sam Ehlinger looked better than Jarrett Stidham. So in week 2 of OTAs, we'll continue to see those two battle, compete. How much of competition is it really? I mean, we all assume Jarrett Stidham is the number 2, but it sounds like Ehlinger's making a good case for himself.
Yeah, and he did last year too. He looked good in he looked good in camp. He looked good in the preseason. So Yeah, the one thing that they had last week where the first-team offense didn't look particularly good was both centers were out for team. Wattenberg, I think, had a little procedure in the off season, and he didn't snap. Alex Forsythe did something, and I think tweaked a little muscle in the OTAs last week, and he wasn't there that Thursday that we were watching. So they were basically down to centers that hadn't snapped much, if at all, in the 11-on-11 team drills. And I think that affects your whole offensive unit when, your center isn't there to kind of call out the plays and the defenses and those kind of things. So, I would say Ellinger looked better than Stidham last week, but he was going against second and third string defense, and Stidham was going against the first. And I would be surprised if Sam Ellinger beats out Stidham for number 2, but I'll let the preseason games determine that.
We are talking with our buddy Mike Kliss at Mike Kliss 9 News on Twitter. Mike, we're going to get into this today of that kind of like we know Waddle's 1, Cortland's 2. Who's going to fill that 3 void? And we're going to talk about Troy Franklin. Is there enough footballs to go around for Troy to have himself another 700-yard season, you think?
Yes, I think so, because I think Davis Webb will open it up a little bit more and maybe use Troy Franklin downfield a little more than he was used last year. And that number 3 receiver, who was number 3 last year? It was Mims. Sometimes it was Bryant. I mean, they kind of 3 worked together. Kind of alternated. I don't think there's specifically – it's not like the old days where it's specifically he's 1, he's 2, he's 3. It's kind of like the progressions and the quarterback, the quarterback, he knows who the number 1 progression read is, but then he goes through the other receivers. Whoever's open gets the ball on that particular play. So it's hard enough to identify number 1 and number 2. Now I would not say that Waddle's 1 and Cortland's 2. I would say they're both 1A, and they're different. They're going to complement each other, and I wouldn't be surprised if they wind up with the same number of catches, maybe even the same number of yards. Maybe Waddle will have a few more yards. Sutton will have a few more touchdowns.
Okay, as we look forward to the Broncos this season, what's the expectations, I guess, for Jahdae Barron? When Coach talked about him, I believe it was last week, and it's like, yeah, he's doing good, stuff like that. I was like, oh, well, a first-round pick, you kind of want to hear him, competing for a starting job. He's not really going to do that. So what's your ideas about the plan for Jahdae Barron this year?
Well, he's coming off groin surgery, and he has not been out there in the team drills. I'm not even sure he was out there. I can't remember last week. I know he wasn't in the team drills. He might have been in the individual drills.
Okay.
So he's not really competing right now. He will in training camp with Jaquan McMillan. I think he will compete there at the nickel. He can also, more than McMillan, he can play the outside. And so he might be a swing guy on the outside also. I think they're both going to be on the 53, but I think it'll I do think there'll be a competition between those two in preseason. I mean, last year, even though he wasn't playing, I kept hearing they really like Jaquan. They like how he's developed. It's almost like they anticipated that it would take him a year, technique-wise, in the NFL, and all the ways, all the fundamental ways that you need to cover receivers in the NFL. He needed that rookie year. I think you will see more of him this year. The question is, will you see him more than Jaquan?
Mike, last one I got for you, and I know you were out there with Jonathan Cooper in the situation. We know he's going to have another court date coming up in July and then possible trial hearing if it gets that far. Will the NFL step in and do anything, or do they let the court process all play out and then make a decision?
The NFL will they'll wait till the courts play this out. You know, he'll go through the case. We'll see what happens if if there's a Harvey. I think will fight it, but I don't know if it will play out first before the NFL does anything. And I do think, domestic violence, anytime there's domestic violence, and this was a weird story, it wasn't a pleasant story. The NFL knows the world is looking at them. And I would think they do something, discipline-wise to Jonathan Cooper. But we'll have to see. I know Harvey Steinberg doesn't think so. He thinks when the system plays out that Cooper will be found innocent of everything. And, that's, I guess, what that would be what the Broncos hope for. And he doesn't wind up with any type of punishment from the NFL. But as it stands right now, I would brace for, a game or two anyway. That's the way I would read it.
All right, well, we will sit back, wait, and watch, and I'm kind of with you. It feels like a game or two when the words domestic violence are associated with the player. It just kind of feels like it's par for the course. Mike, always great stuff. We appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. I know it's going to be a busy one for you out there today, so thanks for being flexible with your time, and we'll check in again next week.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
That is our boy Mike Kliss, third member of the Chain Gang, at Mike Kliss 9 News on Twitter. We're going to react to a few things he told us a little later. I'm probably with them. About a 1 or 2 game suspension, no matter what the outcome is here for one Jonathan Cooper. And like I said, we'll get back into that a little bit later. Cecil, you and I have been kind of teasing the conversation all week about who would be that third wide receiver. Is it a guy like Troy Franklin, who we were just talking about? I know you and I are big on Troy. Let's tell people why coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Don't miss out on the biggest savings of the year at Cresco Restaurant Equipment's 4-day Expo Sale, June 10th through 13th in Aurora. Huge discounts on their entire inventory of restaurant equipment and supplies. Factory reps on hand and giveaways. Search Cresco Denver Expo for details.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinion. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Blake Shelton returns to Cheyenne Frontier Days with special guest Avery Anna. July 23rd, Cheyenne Frontier Days. CFDrodeo.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Quiot Diamonds, a legacy of brilliance since 1907.
We're proud at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood to have been chosen as Colorado's exclusive Quiot Diamond Jeweler.
From Quiot's Mine to Shine diamond, the natural diamond cut, polished, and designed just for you.
To Quiot's red carpet collections of designer jewelry, including American Beauty, Lyric, and Quiot Star. They're all here.
Quiot diamond rings and diamond studs, Quiot diamond bracelets, and Riviera necklaces have long been the toast of Fifth Avenue.
Because Quiot's whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamonds cut to the world's highest standards.
I'm Dylan Williams. Shayna and I invite you to come experience the breathtaking beauty of Quiot diamond jewelry for yourself.
Or the one you love.
For the American beauty in your life.
At Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Quiot jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Good stuff with our boy Mike Kliss. Always enjoy those conversations. And I asked him a little bit about Troy Franklin, a guy you and I are both intrigued by, and I want to have this conversation finally about that third wide receiver.
Okay.
Where does Troy fall in that pecking order? We'll have that conversation in about 30 seconds. Another reminder about our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp happening Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Kids ages 8 to 14 can come get some hands-on coaching from former Broncos like Slareth, Philip Lindsay, Stokely, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. By the way, next week we'll be ramping up for this camp, and I know people want to get out there. I certainly know money's tight. It's a summer budget system, right, that we're all on. We're going to be hooking up at least one kid with an entry to camp just via you and me. We'll take care of it for a little fella or a little lady that wants to get out there and play some hockey. We'll tell you how we're going to do that next week, but just stay locked in. So if you want to go and you're like, man, money's a little tight, tune in. Maybe you get taken care of from
football or
from the
hockey.
show here. Football.
Oh, okay. You said hockey.
I did?
Oh, wait. Huh?
No, football camp.
Stokely's going to be teaching hockey?
Oh, my God.
I'm going to go just for the laughs.
I would give my next paycheck up to watch those three fools on skates try to do anything.
Mark Schlereth and those little chicken legs.
Oh, that would be incredible.
On ice skates? Are you kidding me?
That would be incredible.
Yes.
So stay locked in next week.
To play football, and you and I will cover one camper's entry fee.
We'll get their entry fee so somebody can get out there and play a little foosball. All right, let's get into it now. This third best wide receiver conversation, or pass catcher, because we can obviously include tight ends. That's where Stokely was when he went over who was going to be the third best pass catcher. He thought it was Evan Ingram. So he must have a lot of confidence in what Davis Webb's going to do and kind of revamp and, remodel, makeover on this offense. I don't know that I can just go Evan Ingram. I would love for a tight end to be involved, but third best pass catcher, all right, if we got Cortland Sutton at like 800 yards, we have Jalen Waddle at about 1,100 yards. What's the number for that third best pass catcher going to be? I'm not sure Evan's going to get to where we're kind of talking of like 700, 750 yards.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Evan Ingram. Is it 10 yards a catch? Because if it is, he's going to need about 70 catches.
And that ain't happening.
Right now, he's projected for around 45 to 50 catches, which means he's going to get about 450 to 500 yards if his yards per catch is 10 yards.
And so he's just doing what he did a year ago.
Maybe a little bit better, but not the significant strides and improvement that we're looking for. Honestly, the realization that we all need to come to is the Joker may just never be what we think it is. Not with Evan Ingram. Maybe it's Justin Jolie. Maybe it's somebody else. But Jolie's like 3 years away. It just takes time for tight ends. So that third pass catcher, honestly, I think it's R.J. Harvey. If we want to talk about a guy that can get 700 yards receiving, I think that's R.J. Harvey.
Yeah, because everybody's involved. Tight ends, wide receivers, running backs.
Yeah, and then who's Bo Nix's favorite guy? It's the open guy. Harvey's going to be open a lot, and with Waddle attracting attention, not only does it open things for Court one-on-one, not only does it open things for Evan Ingram in the middle of the field, but that swing pass, any sort of dump-off pass, it's going to be linebacker versus R.J. Harvey. I'm taking R.J. Harvey 10 times out of 10.
Same.
That's very exciting. So the third receiver is not a tight end and is actually not a receiver. I think it's a running back, and I think it is R.J. Harvey.
R.J. Harvey's a good name. Troy Franklin is a name that I thought about and wanted to bring up, and I've been thinking about him for a little while of this conversation. And it's almost like I went back and looked at his game logs last night, and you go, all right, he didn't do everything in like the first 6 weeks, but he did everything pretty much in like the first 10 weeks.
Okay.
And then those final, 7 games over 8 weeks, he was okay. He had about 500 yards in 10 weeks and then about 200 yards the rest of the way. So I also went back at that game log, and dude, he had 7 games where he had 21 yards or less receiving. Oof. And now I think about what this offense is going to look like, the explosive play conversation you and I had yesterday. Jalen Waddle is going to help out a ton with that. He had the Dolphins at the 9th best team of explosive plays a year ago. Denver was down at 19, and he did it without Tyreek Hill a year ago. I look at Troy Franklin now of, dude, 7 games of under 21 yards or less. He might make 7 plays that are 21 yards or more this season, because almost what you're talking about with RJ. Guess who's covering Troy Franklin? The 3rd best cornerback on the team. That guy's not going to have the size, length, or speed that Troy Franklin possesses. Now, that's why I asked Mike Kliss, are there enough footballs to go around to get Waddle involved the way we want, Cortland involved at the rate we want, RJ in the way that you think it's going to go down, the tight end, whomever that may be, or a group of collective tight ends. And then now a guy like Troy Franklin has to get involved as well. I think his impact can be on those explosive plays. Troy Franklin down the sideline because he's just running past the other team's 3rd best corner.
Yeah, and Troy Franklin with that speed, that's something you can't coach. That's something that will take the notice of the coaching staff. When you're down there blazing a trail, and you're going to be an attractive target. One, the connection with Bo Nix. Hey, I heard they went to Oregon together, everybody. Craziness, right? But because of that speed, again, where's your rare asset? With Pat Bryant, his rare asset is his clutch ability. He grabs anything contested. He's got that size, but that's his kind of rare ability. With Franklin, it's clearly his speed. So you're going to want to get that on the field, provided that he's running through his routes, he's completing his routes, unlike Marvin Mims. Again, that's what they think. I think Marvin's improved, but still. Troy Franklin's got to showcase that speed, because that speed's going to be something where Pat Bryant doesn't provide that. You could have 2 trees on the outside, Sutton and Bryant. That's great. But you also kind of have the same guy on opposite sides of the field with Jalen Waddle work in the middle. How about you have Sutton with the size, Waddle with the everything, and then Franklin with the speed? That gives you kind of pick your poison. You need that big guy target, there's Sutton. You need over the middle, even though he's double teamed, there's Waddle. You want that deep speed, long pass, deep shot. I watched every throw of Bo Nix over 20 yards. And I talked about it and broke it down. If he's got time and his footwork's proper, he's going to make that throw. If Troy Franklin is his 3rd read, he's not going to rush his mechanics like he does when he sees that first read throw and he gets excited and he overthrows stuff. That's on Bo. Bo needs to improve that. But if it's his 3rd read and he can go Waddle, Sutton, I'm going to look at Troy, and he shifts those feet and then fires that deep pass, it's going to be on time and on target. That's been proven. Bo Nix is only off target when he sees a wide open guy and he gets a little excited. Calm that down, but make Franklin the 3rd read, which is he will be, 3rd or 4th read, and that's where Nix can get through those progressions, find him, and hit him on time.
Honestly, he might be that 4th read because Davis, the emphasis that we are assuming he's going to have on tight end because he's the quarterback and knows how important that position is specifically across the middle of the field. So if he is that 4th read, you don't even have time to overthink it. You just have to plant and throw on your fourth read if it is Troy Franklin, especially if you got to put a little air underneath it because he's downfield. So I like the idea of Troy Franklin. I really like the idea that you threw out there of R.J. Harvey because I know how you feel about Jonah Coleman, and all three running backs have to have a role. If J.K. and Jonah can be the workhorses for running the football, and then R.J.'s your pass-catching threat out of the backfield, it just makes you not predictable for what you have going on offense. And Sean, he said it 2 years ago. I still think he wants to do it. I just don't know if he's got the personnel or had it. Maybe he does now. Of he wants to run everything out of a similar look so that you don't play your hand before the snap at all. We'll see if he has the roster to do that now.
Right. No tells. That's what you want. No tells. And when you have that sort of talent on the roster, you don't really have to show any sort of tells because, you have the versatility. If you got two guys at the same thing, you're like, okay, I know how to defend a big guy. Try to disrupt him and stick in their back pocket. A speed guy, you've got nothing. Franklin gets a step on you, he's gone.
Yeah.
I kind of like that idea as a third or fourth option.
Yesterday, you asked Kevin Kistner how many teams have won the Super Bowl without being a top 10 offense. Because that's another theme of our summer conversation is how do the Broncos go from 14th best offense to 10th best offense? Kevin has your answer. We're going to get to that, plus a quick look back at what went down with the Rockies last night. Cease, don't look now. But the Rockies are 500 in the month of June after a couple of wins over the Chicago Cubs and a big one last night. We'll dive into that and tell you how the Broncos can get to top 10 as an offense because it must be required to win a Super Bowl. That's coming up next.
With recent revelations about the Broncos' new stadium options, is there reason to worry that a deal could be in jeopardy?
I still think it's more likely that they build on Burnham Yard. It's less likely that it remains on the timeline.
Okay.
And I'll just tell you, and I've mentioned this before, the Lone Tree thing isn't dead. The Lone Tree thing is not dead. There is a reason why this is still being called the preferred site and not this is definitely happening.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting for seriously injured car accident victims in Colorado. Serious accidents demand serious representation. We dig into every detail of your case, and we don't back down until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you or someone you love has been seriously injured in a car accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today at 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
What's up, guys? Philip Lindsay here, and summer is already here. Tea times, perfect drives, and enjoying the greens with your family and friends. But if joint pain is holding you back, keeping you off the golf course, discover natural pain-free relief with Regen RX. Their shockwave, stem cell, and PRP therapy could be the key to reclaiming your swing and active golfing life. No surgery, no downtime, and no risk. Right now, they're offering a limited number of consultations. Text PAIN to 303-630-9770 to see if you're a candidate. Don't wait any longer. Go see my friends at Regen RX right now.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception that they love to bust. You don't need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, make it happen. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Spring dust, pollen, and debris clog Denver's ACs. Fix It 24/7 Spring AC Deep Clean removes buildup. First-time customers pay $39. Look now at fixmyhome.com before summer heat hits.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rockfield hits it high in the air to right. Did he get enough of it? You bet. Two-run home run. Rockfield has put the Rockies in front. He got a first pitch changeup. Did not miss it. And he knew it too. And a base hit already. Sterling Thompson brings home Troy Johnston. And the Rockies have ripped off the Cubs on a Wednesday night loadout.
MLB TV on the call right there. And yeah, they did walk off the Cubbies in Lodo. They are now 4-4 in the month of June.
Okay.
After winning 8 games in the month of May. See,
right.
It's June 11th, and they've already won half the games this month that they won last month.
Right. I like that because if we look at them in March, 1-4, April 13-14, better, May 8-21.
Not good.
Not great, Bob. And now June starting off, and anytime you can beat up on the Cubbies,
that's right.
You get those Cubby fans getting their old style. Dreaming about Malnati's pizza, right? What else do Cubbies fans dream of? Diabetes, yeah. So a bunch of round fans from Chicago got to go home disappointed.
They dream about the Bears moving to
Indiana, right?
They dream about the Bulls. Well, ever being a serviceable basketball team again. That's 20 years from now. I always like that, like especially when it's our stadiums. Like y'all came to our stadium.
Yeah, we catered to you.
You spent your money. And then you watched our bad baseball team beat your beloved Cubs.
Yes.
That's actually just more awesome of the whole story.
You just want to drink it in.
Yes, I do. Give me those tears, Cubs fans. I'll drink them in like I'm Cartman. Cavs guy, TJ Rumfield, did it again in the 8th inning. A 2-run dong. Uh-oh. Hold on, Kev. What's happening?
According
news,
to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Broncos and Sean Payton have agreed on a new 5-year contract.
Wow. A 5-year
How does this match
contract.
with George Payton's contract? So now a new contract for Sean Payton. We asked if he was going to be a lame duck coach. Now George Payton with a deal, Sean Payton with a deal.
They're both under contract until through the 2030 season.
Yep.
Okay.
They're just tied at the hip, hand in hand, basically. Okay. This is big news. We wondered what this would look like.
Yep.
I will say this. My first initial reaction is I don't like it. Is that I do not like him getting the contract extension. That's my first gut initial reaction.
Okay.
Again, I would have liked to see this thing play out. He would have had, this year and one more year left on his deal before they would have had to do it. I get it. I'm sure agents were involved in talking about contract extensions. Sean Payton has done his job. What Sean was hired to do for the Denver Broncos, come in, turn this thing over, flip the culture over, find a franchise quarterback, and make the Broncos great again, he's done that. I don't know that I would have given him another 5-year extension. I probably, and me personally, definitely want to see these next 2 years play out before I commit myself for another half a decade.
Well, and that's
first
the thing.
response. We'll see how I feel after a little more reading.
Right.
But first response, that's my feeling.
First response that you're feeling, and here's the thing. You're not too far off because it's like, okay, this immediately means you're losing Davis Webb.
Yeah, exactly.
And immediately.
Exactly, yeah.
It immediately means you're
if
losing
Davis
Vance
Webb
Joseph.
is successful this year, he's gone.
Yeah.
It's a one and done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you've already lost plenty from your coaching staff. You better be able to replenish that. It's not just a constant flow of talent, a constant stream of talented coaches underneath Sean Payton. They got to find other guys that could be there. Now Jim Leonard's gone. He's in Buffalo. He could have been the next defensive coordinator because Vance Joseph now, because you had an idea, okay, Sean, how much does Sean want left? Sean better slow down on the, off-field going hard type stuff. We're seemingly the only ones that talk about it because every time I bring it up, people that I see that cover the Broncos are like, I can't believe you brought that up about Sean.
That's because they're
Why
afraid
not?
of him. They're afraid of
Why
Sean,
not?
yeah.
He's an old man that parties too much. Like, you better dial that stuff back, Sean.
I'm not even joking, but when his hands are shaking on a Sunday morning, like, there's a reason for that, guys.
Yeah, dude, get some rest. Put down the cocktails a little bit and focus on winning a damn Super Bowl because there's a few things now. All of your future coaches, they're gone. They're not staying. Vance Joseph gone. Davis Webb gone. Anybody else? Maybe even Zach Strief. Probably not gone, but still, I like Strief as a potential future head coach. The other thing is, it's constant Super Bowl pressure. Sean Payton is not paid to now turn around the Broncos. They've done that. Sean Payton is not paid now for the Broncos to just be a playoff team. They've done that. Sean Payton is paid now with the expectations. Again, knowing Greg Penner. Greg Penner doesn't make this deal to be like, we're going to be the same, right, Sean? Greg Penner makes this deal like, you're going to get over the top now, Sean, right? Sean has zero distractions because the contract would have been a distraction, right? Oh, I'm thinking about my future and I'm thinking about whatever. Greg's eliminated that.
Although
now.
I think that's a bogus thing. I know you're not saying that. It's kind of the tradition. We don't fight against tradition ever in this country. But like it's you're not going to think about it. Everybody lives like that.
Yeah.
I could get fired tomorrow. We could walk out of this studio and get fired at the end of the show. That's how we all live.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we get fired on our birthday like Scooter. Sorry, Scooter. Anyway, like I look at this and I go, oh, all right, Sean, you better win. You better win it all. And by the way, not just once. You better win it more than once. This deal means a lot. It means the reboot, the reorganization, the recollection of talent, like that's all done. It's now time to compete at the highest level and then stay there. So, Sean, lots of pressure with this deal. And that pressure also includes, hey, they're putting their chips to the middle of the table.
Yeah.
They're all on Sean Payton. You better pay this thing off.
Man, he's going to be 63 in December. So he'd be 69 years old when this thing comes to an end.
That's not so nice.
65 years old, or 8, like getting ready to turn 69 years old.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, again, his health, the way he treats his body out of football.
Yeah.
How does this look in 3 or 4 years with who Sean Payton is? Is he still in touch? He's already kind of crotchety old man, like for lack of a better term.
Right.
Like how much does
he already
go
was
into that
slowing
role?
down. And I'll say this as someone that's about 10 years behind him. Like, he's already slowing down. And he said it as much. Why do you think Davis Webb is calling plays? Because it's fast. It's fast. Sidelines fast. Getting plays in fast. His language is already like Mandarin. It's super long. Like, okay, who's the next offensive coordinator that's going to be trusted to call plays, right? Because it's no longer just get all the New Orleans guys. A lot of those guys have moved on now, and I say good. I don't need that. What I need is this team to win a Super Bowl and win a championship. And Sean Payton now, zero excuses, zero reasons to think anything but go win the whole damn thing.
And I would guarantee you, and you know Greg Penner better than I do, that's a part of the conversation. Hey, we're giving you this deal because of what you've earned this deal.
Yep.
We can't say anything but Sean earned this second deal.
Yes.
In 3 years, he was on the doorstep of the Super Bowl and obviously flipped this thing on its head like we talked about to start. It's just to me of like, okay, who is Sean on that years 3, 4, and 5 now of this next deal? So we're talking like 28, 29, and 30. Who is Sean Payton? And the beautiful part about this, he wins a Super Bowl or two before that, and maybe he goes, I've achieved what I want to achieve.
Right.
Leaves, walks up, rides off into the sunset, and then now we start this process all over.
Right. You're paying with the expectations of championships.
Oh, yeah.
You're no longer paying with the expectations of being respectable again.
And let's give them the credit here, at least benefit of the doubt. They're successful this year. Very successful means they win a championship. And we go, all right, well, Davis Webb's going to be gone, but look at what Sean has created for the Broncos fans, and then the team bringing them back to the mountaintop.
Right.
So it would be rich people problems at that point, and we would be okay with rich people problems.
Yeah, rich people problems are okay as long as you got that hardware, and that's what this contract now says. The shot clock is reset for Sean Payton.
Yeah. Yeah, he just got an offensive rebound.
Mm-hmm.
That thing reset for him.
Yep.
It's a big day. It's a big day. I wonder what that money looks like, too, because he was one of the when Bill left, was he the highest paid coach?
I believe so. So now, I mean, I know we were going to play Ya Ya Ding Dong. We should play that for Sean.
This is for you,
because he got
Payton.
this contract. Sean's rich.
Yeah, yeah.
He loves some Jordans.
Oh, Sean Payton. A 5-year contract extension between him and the Walton Penner Group. Adam Schefter is all over it. 5 years. Sean Payton and George Payton tied together. I guess we probably should have seen some of this coming, right? The general manager and the coach are pretty much tied at the hip. These two dudes, Sean and both George Payton, talk highly about one another anytime they're given the opportunity. So tying them at the hips shouldn't become a big surprise.
I wonder what Bo Nix thinks of this deal.
That's a very interesting question.
Sean can be difficult to work with, and he'd better not be difficult to work with Bo. If Bo wants to do something, and I say this as a message, not necessarily a warning, but I say this as a message to Sean. Listen to Bo, work with Bo. Mm-hmm. Don't fight against Bo. And I know he's the veteran and he's got the ring, whatever, but like part of this, and this also might have been in the conversation of like, hey, you know, Davis and Bo are going to kind of run this thing, right? Right? Davis and Bo are going to kind of work together to work the best, get the best, be the best, right? So Sean, well paid, I'm sure, in this contract. Now go win the whole damn thing.
All right, Broncos country, tribe members, what's your reaction? How do you feel about a new contract for Sean Payton? He and George Payton will be here through the 2030 season. What are your expectations now over the next 5-6 years for this team, the coaching staff, the general manager? Tell us on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. Tell us on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports Tribe Chat, fueled by Sean Ponda. All right, we do want to get into that conversation about where this offense has to be. Sean's got his new big bag and new deal, so how can he get this offense from 14 inside the top 10, and is it a requirement to be a Super Bowl contender? That's coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Super Paint, Super Deck, and Woodscapes products June 12th through the 22nd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Payton's got himself a brand new 5-year contract extension. It keeps Sean Payton, it keeps George Payton in the Mile High City through the 2030 season. So they'll win the Super Bowl in February of 2030 season through the 2031 year. They'll win the Super Bowl in February of 2031, and then Sean can decide whether or not at 68 years old he'll sign another deal or ride off into the sunset as a I don't know, what do we call it? A back-to-back-to-back Super Bowl champions at that time.
I would love that. That would be awesome. He gets one more. He gets one ring, and he's already the first coach to ever win 2 Super Bowls with 2 different teams. That's got to be high on his priority list. And high on his priority list is getting the most out of Bo Nix in this offense. This offense takes that next step with Sean Payton now here. Like, run it back is a term Sean doesn't like. But now that most of the roster has returned, except for JFM, basically, and Sean gets a new deal, aren't they running it back? And by the way, in football and in life, the worst thing to do is like, well, that's the way we've always done it.
Yeah.
How can you do it differently? Now with the new deal in hand, I ask you, I ask the tribe, I ask Broncos Country, our YouTube chat powered by Sean Honda, the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. What can Sean do differently now? Because, again, it's very dangerous to just do the same thing over thinking you're going to have the same results. You're not. You do the same thing over again, you're not winning 14 games.
No.
You're probably winning 9. You have to be different. So now with the new deal in hand, with most of the roster in place, how does Sean Payton show that there's growth? Have we seen the best of blank? Have we seen the best of this roster? Was that last year? Could they actually have 11-win record and be a better team?
I think they can.
That's a possibility. Could Bo Nix have maybe not as good of stats but be a better quarterback? That's also a possibility. But we want growth from this team. The offense specifically. Sean, the offense is your charge. VJ and the defense, they're good to go. And you have been lucky, and yes, I use that term lucky, to have been able to keep Vance Joseph over the last couple of years. You have to think this is the year he's gone. So you better get the most of it because VJ is going to bring that defense. They're going to be better. Sean, how are you going to be better? The offense is the side that needs to improve the most. Sean's got a new deal. What's his new ideas? Because doing the same old stuff isn't going to work now.
Yeah, you got to tweak it, change a little bit. That's why we're so intrigued by Davis Webb. That's kind of where my head is at now with this conversation of Sean Payton staying for another 5 years. You said it to start. That means Davis Webb is gone, and it could be as soon as this year. If Davis is good at calling plays, he's going to leave. There is now, nobody's waiting for 5 years. If you tell me, hey, I got this great job coming up you in for 5 years, I'll go, cool. I'll see what I'm doing in 5 years. I'm not going to sit around and wait for it. But if I'm still sitting here in 5 years, yeah, I'll take that job. So that makes me go like, all right, is there anybody else on this staff that would be like the young and up-and-coming guy? You talked about Logan Kilgore a little bit, the quarterback coach who's rising through the ranks as we speak with Sean Payton and the Broncos. But that doesn't mean like, hey, Davis was great this year. They go to the Super Bowl, win it, or whatever the season may bring us, and then Logan Kilgore gets that job. I think that's skipping some steps that I would imagine Sean wants a guy like Logan Kilgore to take.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You've got to kind of keep going, keep progressing. Logan Kilgore is one of those coaches you can look as a fast riser, but it doesn't automatically mean, you're the OC next year.
No.
All right. And Davis Webb, I know on our YouTube chat powered by Sean Honda, Luke Jones. Mike Jones. He's Mike Jones now. Mike Jones has chimed in, and he said, like, no, Greg can pay him to kiss. If there's an opportunity to be a head coach, I know that Greg could pay him whatever. Yeah. He could pay him more than Sean. If here's an opportunity where you can be the guy, you're going to take it.
Yeah, for sure.
Mike Shanahan went to coach the Los Angeles Raiders for the love of God, and then he came back. So, again, I don't think Vegas will be open. Hopefully Clint Kubiak doesn't get fired after a year for his sake. I like Clint. But still, like, I look at this Davis Webb situation, and I go, all right, you better be ready to lose him because that's what's preparing to happen if you're the Broncos.
So we shall see. The contract extension from Sean Payton, that's the big news today. A 5-year contract extension. He is staying through the 2030 season. Do you think he's ahead of schedule? Like in Sean's world. Sean got a 5-year contract with the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
In year 3, he was in the AFC Championship game. He got rid of the Russell Wilson contract. He got rid of all of those salary cap issues that they have. They're actually sitting beautiful right now. They're north of $20 million with their salary cap. Do you think he's ahead of schedule in his own mind?
No, I think he's behind schedule.
Really?
Yeah.
Because he thought they'd win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah. He thought that was a Super Bowl team. Remember, he'd said he had 7 teams that he felt could win it all, and last year's team was one that he felt could win it all. I wonder what he thinks about this year's team. Do you feel the same way, Coach? Are you watching the progress of your young team, the addition of Jalen Waddle? Like, what's the ideas there? What's the plan there for Sean Payton? So, I think last year it is behind schedule. The Broncos are actually behind schedule. I know some people thought they were ahead of schedule last year because they won 14 games and people thought it was nuts. Like, no, your schedule is your schedule, right? Your planning and your timing has been accelerated because it got accelerated last year with the Broncos. So they should have won it all. Bo Nix's ankle doesn't, get torn up by Joey Bosa. They do win it all, and then they're right on schedule.
See, the arrival of Bo put them. I thought this would be the year. Bo's 4th year, and then you get to talk about, they're going to pick up the option, and do they just get him a new deal? They're a year ahead of schedule for me from what they were going to do because Sean convinced Greg Penner to cut the check on Russell Wilson and then found the right fit in the quarterback that is Bo Nix. So about a year ahead of schedule for what I thought they were going to be. Sean's schedule can be different. This is just what I thought. Sean and Russell, all right, it takes a couple years to get rid of that sour taste, then a couple years to find the new guy. Well, he accelerated that timeline, and here they are 1 year ahead of that schedule. Again, I want to hear from you guys. How does it feel? How do you feel about Sean Payton getting his new contract? He is not going anywhere for the next 5 years. He and George Payton are tied directly together, and that should be a good thing. Its continuity is always a good thing, especially when you trust the two people that are working together.
Well, and you bring it up. The most important thing is that George Payton, and I really believe it's mostly on George. I think Sean is going to be Sean. I don't think that old dog changes his habits too much. You know what I mean? So Sean's always going to be Sean. It was George Payton that had to adjust his management style to work with Sean, and he's done it. George Payton's done a brilliant job working with Sean Payton. Sean Payton is not easy to work with. Sean Payton is not easy to work for. Ask anyone over there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We all know that's true. But George Payton has done a phenomenal job working with Sean Payton. So from a continuity standpoint, I'm glad that they found someone so good like George Payton that is able to work with Sean and then get the best of Sean, get Sean what he needs, while also finding quality and reserve talent. Because we know, hey, Sean's not pouring through those 7th-rounders, girl.
No.
That's a George Payton thing. He's a scout.
Well, what
and
about
it comes
Caleb
through.
Roner?
Nah. That might be an ask for him, right? Can I get a garage project?
Can I get one guy, please?
You got one guy, coach. Now, you're fine. Go on. Go get out of here. Let George do his thing. But it's nice that George has been able to work with Sean so well.
All right, we'll continue our Broncos conversation, our Kiss My Stats segment we've been going over this week. We've been going over what a wide receiver 1 has to do to be a Super Bowl contender, what wide receiver 2 has to do. I want to talk tight end and running back. The overall average, Kevin Kistner has found it. What does the tight end on a Super Bowl winning team have to average? Same question for a running back. We'll tell you coming up next.
Is Evan Ingram playing for more than just a Super Bowl in 2026?
This guy not only playing for maybe the future of his time in Denver, I mean, at this point on the side of 30 that he's on, if he doesn't show something this year, who wants Evan Ingram? I think Evan Ingram might be playing for his NFL life this season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here from my friend SodaDietNutrition.com. 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds, and I'm never going back. Why? Because Soda taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. 866-800-SODA. That's the number you need to know. 866-800-SODA, because the Dynamic Diet, their nutritionists specifically build for you. Everyone has different food sensitivities, different responses, weaknesses, lifestyles, habits, and behaviors, so a one-size-fit-all approach doesn't work. Dynamic Diet highlights that personalized approach. Personalized approach because of that nutritionist that knows your plan that's built specifically for you, how it best can help you achieve your weight loss success. What are your goals? What do you want to lose? They set up a plan that works for you, that's custom built for you. You follow that plan, you lose the weight, and it's natural. No pills, no chemicals. You're not injecting yourself every day with a shot. You're eating how to eat, what to eat, when to eat. It's SodaDietAndNutrition.com. Online, 866-800-SODA is the phone number because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hi, this is Larry Jager with SCL Mortgage. We can offer you the best loan program at the best rate available. Whether you are purchasing, refinancing, or interested in a second mortgage, visit myspecialmortgage.com or call 303-790-2222 and MLS number 1200716.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Deck Builders will not only build you a high-quality deck, but as owner Ron Gibbous explains, so much more.
Oh, you want to use the space underneath your deck? We'll put a dry below in there, and then it won't rain under there when it's raining up above. If you want to spend time on your upper deck, put a roof over it. The customer service of our salesmen getting to know each individual customer's needs is what helps people to spend more time on their deck.
Start planning your ultimate outdoor living space. Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. Denver's recent hailstorm hit hard. Golf ball size hail damaged shingles, cracked siding, dented gutters. You might not see it from the ground, but your roof took a beating. And I don't want you to wait around for a leak to find out. Call Monarch Construction and Roofing today for your free no-obligation storm damage inspection. Monarch works directly with your insurance company, so you don't have to. Monarch Construction and Roofing, your local Denver storm damage experts. Visit monarchroofing.com to schedule your appointment today. Monarch Roofing is your official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Hellsberg. Shop and store are at hellsberg.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
From the top to the bottom, at the core, I forgot in the middle of my thoughts.
All right, the big news today, Sean Payton's contract. He got himself a new one. Big day for Sean Payton. Oh, he's going to be in a great mood this afternoon, right? He'll be very talkative today. What do we go? Over under 34.5 minutes on his press conference.
I would
today.
take the over on that press conference. Sean Payton, that new deal, should be pretty happy, although he might zig while everyone thinks he's zagging.
Yeah, he likes to do that too, right?
Yeah, where he come out all mad.
Feels good. Yeah. I bet it feels good. He might have just got himself another $100 million, dude.
Okay.
Sean Payton, congratulations on the new contract and all that big money. We'll continue that conversation. I do want to hit our Kiss My Stats conversation for the day. We've been talking about what Kevin Kistner has found, which is the average number of yards that wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, tight end 1, RB1 all have to achieve to be a Super Bowl team. These are the numbers going back to Super Bowl 50, which we care about with the Denver Broncos. And Kev, I want to go tight end and I want to go running back today. Let's start with tight end. What's that number that Evan Ingram has to get to help his team get to Super Bowl 61?
So I went back all the way back to Super Bowl 50, like we always do here. And 7 of those 11 seasons, a tight end went under 800 yards.
Okay.
Travis Kelce counts for 3 seasons going over 800.
Okay.
He had a 900-yard season and 2 1,000-yard seasons.
Pretty good.
The only other tight end to go over 800 yards was Zach Ertz with the Eagles. So if you average all that out, the Broncos tight end, Evan Ingram, should average out to 585 yards.
Okay, that's not crazy.
That's not crazy. Noah Fant was in the 500 yards when he was here. And
that's a little shot at Noah Fant there.
Well,
even that guy got 500 yards.
To be honest, when you look at our the Broncos stats at tight end now, and then you see Noah Fant was a Hall of Famer compared to those guys. But then you also have to see that they have to average 4.7 touchdowns a year. So you just say 585 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Okay. So Evan Ingram, looking at those numbers, if he's got to get to 585 yards, he's only done that 5 times out of the 9 years of his NFL career. He's on the right side of 50%. Last year, he only got 461 yards as a Denver Bronco.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about 120 yards here. Can he go be better? Can he go be 120 yards better? Yeah, he can, especially with the new play caller that is Davis Webb.
Yeah, Davis Webb and Jalen Waddle. How can Evan Ingram reach those numbers that Kev talked about? It's Davis Webb and Jalen Waddle. And if it's 120 yards over the whole season, math. That's not even 10 yards a game.
Yeah.
I know it's not 10 yards a game. It's more like 6.5 yards a game.
7. You were
7.
close.
Okay, 7 yards a game. There you go. That's very doable. That's a catch. That's another catch.
That's a catch. You're right.
Yeah. Can he get another catch a game? Yeah, he can. Yeah, he should. Evan Ingram should be one of the weapons that is featured on this offense. And I know Mike Kliss joined us earlier, our 9 News Broncos insider, saying both Waddle and Sutton are 1s. Nice, Mike. Sutton's a 2. Sutton's a 2 now. I know I've been the one to say, like, he's a 1 because of the way defenses treat him.
How are they going to treat him now?
Exactly. They're going to treat him like a 2.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to single him up. They're going to bracket Waddle. And that means, Evan Ingram, you can thrive. You can thrive, and you can get that number that Kev suggests that you need to be a Super Bowl tight end. And I think we need to eliminate the Travis Kelce thing because, like, nobody here on this roster is Travis Kelce.
But you know what? I actually like the fact that you said, hey, just 3 guys have got that number.
Yeah.
So it's this – I'm talking to myself mostly, but for all of us, let's temper our expectations. Remember the Mad TV bit, lowered expectations?
Yeah.
Let's do that with Evan Ingram. We don't need an 800-yard wide receiver. In fact, we need him to have 585 yards. We need him to have 120 more yards than he had a year ago. That's 7 more yards a game. That's a catch a game is what we're talking about. That's so doable. So let's not put Evan – let's forget Joker, guys. That doesn't exist. Let's stop with this stupid Joker game. He has to get 585 yards receiving, point blank period. Can he do that? Yes, he can, and I think he's going to do that this year.
Yeah.
I think Evan's like a 600 to 650 guy this year.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then the Broncos easily cross that number that Kev's featured in Kiss My Stats, and it's one of those things at the tight end position, you've already got what you need.
Mm-hmm.
He's just got to produce.
So makes me feel better about the tight end. Thank you, Kevin. Now we go to running back. Again, we're like, oh, you got to get 1,000 yards. Phil's the last guy to do it. You got to get to 1,000 yards. Not so fast, Kevin. It's not a requirement to get to that 1,000 yards. What's the number for running backs?
So, again, going back 11 years, 2 Super Bowl 50, only 3 guys have won a Super Bowl and gone over 1,000 yards.
3 in 11 years, 3 guys.
LeGarrette Blount, Saquon Barkley a couple years ago, he went for over 2,000. And Kenneth Walker last year went for over 1,000. You average all that out, you need 985 yards, okay? And you average out the touchdowns, 7 touchdowns. Last year, R.J. Harvey had 6 rushing touchdowns.
Damn.
So you can get those touchdowns, but you need a guy to be definitive to get you 985 yards.
You guys know what 985 divided by 14 is? The amount of games that J.K. Dobbins will likely play?
It's probably about 70 yards,
you
60 yards.
It's 70.
Yeah.
It's 70 on the nose.
Can he get 70 yards a game?
Yeah, nice. Nice math. Grover. Shout out Grover.
Ha! Pawnee Jackrabbits. Don't count us out.
Jackrabbits with the math skills. Can J.K. give you 70 yards a game? Hell yeah, he can.
Yeah.
It's like a minimum
well,
floor
and to
conversation.
back up Kev's statement here, why did Kenneth Walker have 1,000 yards last year? Because Zach Charbonnet got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth Walker would not have sniffed 1,000 yards if Zach Charbonnet got hurt. Zach Charbonnet got hurt, I think, like halfway through the year. So it was half of the time being Kenneth Walker, where he's the only guy.
Yeah.
Where they got George Halani there. Now they have Jadarian Price, but still, like, at the time, Kenneth Walker got there, but he also got to that number because there was an injury. Maybe that's going to be the case with the Broncos backfield because we all expect J.K. Dobbins to get hurt. It's just, could you get hurt a little bit earlier so you're back for the postseason? Is that possible?
I'm giving him 14 games, and I'm nervous about that.
Well, here's the thing, and I'll tell you this, and this is a warning. J.K., you get banged up, Jonah's going to take your job, and you're never going to play again.
You will be Wally pipped. Yeah.
1,000%.
You keep saying warning shot, and I keep thinking about that old Eminem song when he dissed Mariah Carey. Remember that one?
Yes, I do.
That was a good one.
Yes,
dude.
it was.
It's a real good one from Eminem. So, yeah, dude, you know what this exercise have done, Kev? You're kiss my stats through the week, and tomorrow we're on to quarterback to wrap up the week. It makes me feel, now, I think Bo's still going to be a 4,000-yard passer, 4,000 to 4,200. It makes me feel like that's so achievable for Bo Nix to do, especially these Super Bowl numbers. The Denver Broncos can certainly check the 1,100-yard box, the 750-yard box for wide receiver 2, what we just went over, 585 yards from a tight end, and just south of 1,000 for your running back. Denver can do that, and it almost feels like with ease, doesn't it? These numbers aren't out of this world. It's not this Star Wars numbers that we're talking about when Payton arrived here in the Mile High City. These are, hey, go out, be efficient, trust the game plan, Bo, work through your progressions, and throw on-time and accurate balls. Then you check these boxes by week 16.
And if you're more efficient as a passer, you get rid of the overthrows on your deep shots. You're more efficient. You use the middle of the field. Don't be 29th in slot targets. You use the middle of the field. You have sustained drives. Sustained drives are more opportunities to go build those numbers, which aren't as exorbitant as we think. Oh, what's it take to win Super Bowl? What do your Super Bowl numbers have to be? Broncos can already get those Super Bowl numbers. Now go do it and then win the whole damn thing.
Win the whole damn thing.
And how many drives do we see 3 and out right out of the gate?
Yeah.
You know, you get to 2nd and 1, you lose 3.
Yep.
Or you get stuck at the line. That's going to change this year with Davis Webb calling plays. It's just you're going to get more first downs this year than you did last year.
It's those 3 and outs. We're talking about the scripted plays yesterday. It feels like every third quarter that they got the ball back, it was 3 and out with losing yardage. And that's going to go away this year with new play calling and new personnel. That's another part of it. New personnel. Healthy J.K. Dobbins will certainly go a very, very long way. All right, quick Broncos break. I want to get into our Avs conversation. Cecil, we spent the first part of the week breaking down the Nuggets season from top on down. We started with the front office, got to the coaches, and, of course, the players. So let's do it again with the Colorado Avalanche. We're going to start from the top on down because we got the news today, a surprise, and a pleasant surprise. Josh Kroenke will actually be at an Avs press conference. That's coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. We'll talk about what that means coming up next.
Just how difficult will it be for the Broncos to repeat their 14-win success of last season?
I look at the AFC guys. I don't necessarily see a 14-win team in the AFC. I don't even know if I see a 13-win team in the AFC. But I see a bunch of 10 and 11-win teams in this AFC.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our bridal design gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, E. Jaffe, Parade, and the legendary Takori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings. Every style and every price range. If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado, we even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
June hits different at Coors Field. Great matchups all month long, including the Chicago Cubs and Boston Red Sox. And the vibes don't stop there. Score exclusive giveaways, City Connect hat, a first-of-its-kind Dinger bobblehead, a Rockies soccer jersey, and a Hawaiian shirt on Father's Day. Baseball at altitude. It doesn't get better than this. Make your summer count. We're here for the climb. Get your tickets now at Rockies.com/tickets.
Water is essential to life.
Humans are 60% water.
Water carved the Grand Canyon and it pummels boulders into sand.
But a little water leak in your roof can cause mold and deterioration of your home.
Let Denver Roof Pros stay on top of your roof with our preventative roof service plans to prolong your roof's life and protect your home and the people you love.
Check it out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Try Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux boxes. Limited time at participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary. Freezes and specialty drinks not included. Tax extra.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we are going to talk about the Avalanche today and tomorrow. We got a little off-season breakdown. Obviously, Joe Sakic is going to talk to the media today, and Cecil, he will not be alone. We got the news that Josh Kroenke is going to show up and talk with Joe Sakic as well. It's big news because, well, Josh doesn't really do anything with the Colorado Avalanche. He's hired good people. He lets them operate, and he doesn't micromanage. It's actually really good on Josh's part that he doesn't do any of that. I know Avs fans, you guys tend to feel a certain way about how Josh does or does not treat the Colorado Avalanche, but he's going to be there today. So we'll see what he has to say. I'm sure, the questions of like, hey, why are you deciding to keep Jared Bednar? Will you talk about contract extension stuff? That's stuff that Josh will be asked, and you can just take that off the plate of Joe, who I would guess Joe doesn't want to do any of these press conferences anyway.
Right. And that's the thing. What are we going to learn? What do we need to learn from Super Joe this time out? We should hear some good things about Jared Bednar and the decision behind that, and then possible strategy on how to fix the power play. Again, like, there's a lot of things that Super Joe, could answer for us today. What is he going to be asked? What in the world now is Josh Kroenke going to be asked?
Could you ask Super Joe about coaching changes, or that's a Josh question?
I mean, you should be able to ask Joe about it, right? Because what's Josh going to say? I just got here. You guys watching the World Cup today?
Yeah. I think it's a mostly for perception. Josh he keeps talking about how involved he is, and he wants to look like he's actually involved. That's what I think is going on. So he'll be there, and we'll find out what kind of questions are thrown his way. As far as an offseason breakdown goes, we're going to look at the front office, what is of it right now, offseason, midseason acquisitions, the depth, their top six, and then their coaching staff, the questions that we all asked about the Avalanche. Let's start with the front office. All right, now they're without Chris McFarland. We're going to find out a timeline today. That's one thing that we will find out, like, what's your plan to interview and then eventually hire a new general manager so that Joe doesn't have to do this all over again. And I will say, they're going to promote from within, right? We've heard about the names down there that can just get the rise up or the bump up and have been on the job training for the last couple of years. That's my guess. They're going to promote from within.
Okay.
Just what does that timeline look like, and will we get an answer and names of who they're going to sit down and interview?
Yeah, will they get names of that? We don't yet know. So that's why today is so very important, because the Avs, it's a little bit different from the Nuggets situation, because you see how, David Adelman keeps his job, which is ridiculous, and then the front office is set. We believe in Wallace and Tinzer that they should continue to do their things, whatever that means for the Nuggets. Without Chris McFarland, what does that look like? And I've seen some in our YouTube chat powered by Sean Ponda be like, it's McFarland's fault. I never really felt that way.
It's his fault?
Yeah, I mean, people are, after you get your ass kicked by the Vegas Knights in 4 games, you're just reaching for straws. But there are plenty of people that say, like, no, I didn't give us enough dogs, put enough dogs out there on the ice. Well, that's certainly the case, because we've seen how Carolina can fight back against Vegas, and we saw how Colorado was like a turtle on their back. They tried a couple of things against Vegas. A couple of things kind of worked, but Vegas ran roughshod over them.
Mm-hmm.
What do you learn from that? When you get humiliated and embarrassed in the postseason, the Western Conference Final, and you get swept by a team that won 39 games and you won the President's Trophy, there better be some changes. You better have learned something from that, so it'll be good to get at least some answers, regardless of how paper thin they may be.
The names that are on the staff already: Kevin McDonald's the assistant general manager. Andrew Wilson has that same title. And then, of course, you're going to know the name Andrew Cogliano, special assistant to the general manager. And everything that we were told is that Cogs basically followed Chris McFarland around like a lost little puppy dog, just taking in everything that he could take in. You're looking at guys like Kevin McDonald, a little bit older. He's the general manager of the Eagles. So that's why you'll hear his name and say, oh, that's a little familiar. Maybe that's something where a Kevin McDonald stays in place and has the job, between the Eagles and the Avalanche.
Okay.
And you let a guy like Andrew Wilson get a shot at it, and they're not going to give him a 2-year deal. It's probably a 4-year deal. And then you tell Cogs, like, you keep on this track in that 4 years, unless Andrew does this outstanding job, it's yours to get. And that's what I think would be the best course of action for the Colorado Avalanche. Because all of these dudes, McDonald, Wilson, and then obviously Cogliano as the newest guy, all of their work has been with Chris McFarland. So they can stay the course and almost just keep building this roster as if Chris was still here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I want to kind of, develop another Chris McFarland.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Cogs?
I think that's Cogliano.
I mean, It seems like that's the way things are setting up. So
even Andrew, I don't know a ton about Andrew Wilson, but I'm intrigued by the idea of learning about him.
Right. And he's probably intrigued by potentially getting an opportunity to do more. So I would say, as long as there's an on-ramp for Cogs and you can say, okay, this is your timeline, this is your time period, and we'll see where you're at here, but keep doing your thing. And that's the nice thing about in-house promotions, is that you can build it the way that you want. Just studying under Super Joe, like you studied under Chris, and then be that next Chris McFarland. Again, I'm not going to take any issue with what McFarland did. I think in a way, he worked wonders with this roster. It wasn't enough to get it done, but is that the players executing more it is than the player selection? He got you the players.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't perform.
Yeah, nobody's mad at Chris. Like he
They
did
shouldn't be.
everything that he could have done. And in fact, let's go to that next. His offseason and then mid-season acquisitions for just this season and the roster that he built. Dude, he added Parker Kelly this offseason, a fourth-line guy that gave you 20-plus goals. He was absolutely outstanding. You remember when Chris was like, hey, what are your takeaways from the season? He highlighted Parker Kelly.
That's the best deal in all of sports, by the way.
Yes, it is. That's the best offseason acquisition that Chris McFarland made. He also went out and got guys like Brent Burns, who I did not like. I thought he was a liability more than he was helping the roster, and I don't care about his damn streak. It's great. He played a bunch of hockey games. He's old. He's a liability. That to me wasn't a good signing. Yoel Kiviranta. I like Yoel Kiviranta. Again, he's just a bottom six guy that can give you depth. He's not going to make an impact every single night. He's not even going to get a jersey every single night, but I like what he is for the small sample size that you're going to get him. And then he also went out and got Victor Olofsson. And remember, that was a move to get Nas back. Victor's now in Calgary. Nas is back in Colorado. So every offseason acquisition, Parker Kelly being the best, was outstanding. Brent Burns, I'm busting his balls a little bit, but he helped in some moments. Yoel, again, a good depth piece, and Olofsson, a piece that you used to go get Nas back. So does anybody have issues with what he did? Brent Burns at times.
Yeah.
But the rest of them and Parker Kelly bringing it to the top tier of an offseason signee, Chris McFarland was cooking again this offseason.
Yeah, he was cooking, but people are going to look back to, well, what'd you do in the Miko trade and what'd Marty do? What'd Brock do? Like, I think guys that he brought in, like Nicholas Waugh, were able to do things that were very helpful for this team, even during their playoff march, even though as stunted as it was, being the Western Conference Final, getting swept and embarrassed by the Vegas Knights. But McFarland finding the talent, finding the fit, and finding goaltenders, plural, question mark?
That's a good point. He should get credit for that too.
The people that took issue with McFarland, didn't necessarily take issue with his goaltending. And we could talk about Mackenzie Blackwood being probably the number one and Scott Wedgwood probably being just the backup, because maybe that's Jared Bednar's biggest mistake, is just not going back to who should have been or who you thought would be your starter. It's a recollection or, a recognition of who's playing the best entering the postseason. That was clearly Scott Wedgwood. But who got the lumberyard? That's all on Chris McFarland. Yeah. We used to talk about and talk ourselves into it about how Georgiev and Ananen were good enough. Mm-hmm. That's pathetic that we ever had to do that, but we had to do that until Chris McFarland said, you know what, that is pathetic, and it's not good enough. I'm going to go get you Wedgwood. I'm going to go get you Blackwood. These are going to be our guys. Let's roll.
I see your goaltender conversation, and I raise you the 3C conversation. He also figured that out by, again, going and getting Nas, and then you have different opportunities and options that Bednar can tinker and play with his lines. So I forgot about the goaltending because it's been so great over the last year. He solved that problem, and 3C has been eluding this team for 5, 6,
and didn't
7,
Nas,
8,
in a
9
way,
years?
seem a bit like a pipe dream? Like, they can go get Nas. Yeah, I mean, they could, but how are they going to do that? McFarland found a way.
He's been really, really good. And now this new guy, and we'll find out that timeline today, is going to have some big shoes to fill. By the way, you bring up the Nick Waugh. Great conversation there. It was Nick Waugh, it was Nazem Kadri, it was Blankenberg, and it was Kulak, who he brought in as mid-season acquisitions. Those are Waugh and Kadri had major roles. Blankenberg was like breaking glass in case of emergency, but Kulak even had a couple of moments in this run as well. So Chris McFarland will certainly be missed, and we're learning why. Look at what this guy just did this last offseason, let alone what he did the year before. All right, we'll pick that conversation back up a little bit later on, and then tomorrow we're going to start to dive deep into that top 6. And actually on tomorrow's show, I want to have a conversation with you about, we did Joker 2.0. I think we got to start thinking about Kale 2.0 as well with this Colorado Avalanche roster. We'll do that on tomorrow's show. All right, let's check our X. What's on our Twitter timeline that we need to know about? I shared this one last night, but I got to share it with the radio audience. The numbers from this NBA final. People aren't out on basketball. They were out on bad basketball. Details coming up next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Since 1897, we've been telling the story of the West, of grit and grace. For generations, families have gathered under these Wyoming skies to cheer for their heroes. Now that story adds another chapter. 10 days of rodeo, pride, and pure Western heart, where the spirit of the West lives on. Cheyenne Frontier Days. 10 days, one legend. Tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
What's up, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. Reclaim your freedom to move, explore, and live life on your own terms. If degenerative joints are trapping you in pain, Regen RX's natural stem cell or PRP therapy sets you free, using your body's own natural ability to heal. Regain the freedom you've been missing. Get your totally free consultation today and see if it's the right move for you. Give my friends at RegenRx a call today at 303-630-9770 or visit them at regenrx.co. That's regenrx.co, and let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
Okay, I admit it. At 303 Law 4040, we like to have a little fun with the made-for-TV lawyers who pretend that they're from Colorado. In reality, they live in places like Chicago, Arizona, Texas. Heck, one guy flies in from New York City. New York City! Just so he can do his commercial and fly back home. Crazy thing happening here in Colorado. Outside private equity funds are pouring millions of advertising dollars to prop up these guys and get them to pretend they are local voices that you can trust. So what really happens when you call one of those pretend made-for-TV lawyers? Here's an example. A young man was hurt. He called one of those guys. The insurance company said, nah, we're denying the claim. No money for you. His made-for-TV lawyer said, sorry. So his friend said, you need to call 303 Law 4040. We took the case and told the insurance company their denial was BS. And they said, you're right. Here's all the money. If you've been injured, don't waste your time calling a pretend made-for-TV lawyer. Call 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. It's 303 Law 4040.
Your windows are calling.
They have something to say.
Here's the truth. The window's only part of it. In Colorado, even a great window can fail if it's not installed right. That's what really determines what lasts. That's why I trust Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Installation is where the conversation starts. They've served Denver and the Front Range for over 50 years, and right now, get 25% off Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
This segment on The Fan brought to you by Denver Roof Pros.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 104.3 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, are you on Team Gets It? What's happening on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with the tribe? I got a couple. Cecil's got a couple, and we'll get to as many as we can. I'm looking at a tweet from @NBAPR. By the way, this isn't my tweet, but it just scrolled through.
Okay.
Somebody was throwing eggs at Wemby last night as he was trying to walk back to his hotel. You got to talk with your people, Cecil. You New York fans are just ridiculous at this point.
You want me to bring that up for every team that does that? Is that what we're going to do now?
If you got video proof, yeah, I would like to see it.
All right. I don't like that, but whatever. Yeah, fans are idiots. Can we move on?
They are idiots.
Okay, thank you.
Especially the ones in New York. Game 3.
Had to get that in. Had to take that in. Up 3-1. Can't just merely enjoy the fact that your co-host is seeing his team, who's never won anything in his flipping. Alex, baby, you got to dial into me. I almost dropped an F-bomb right there, because this guy's making fun of the Knicks. Yes, there are some Knicks fans that are stupid. They're morons. Do we have to bring it up every day?
Every time I see a video, yeah, I will.
God.
Game 3.
I'm walking off this show.
2026 NBA Finals had a lot of people watching. In fact, it was the most watched NBA Finals game in 28 years. The most since the Bulls and Jazz in 98. I think we all remember what happened there. The average was 23.8 million viewers. It had a peak audience of 26.3 million viewers at 11:15 Eastern time. So, again, this is what I shared on Twitter last night. People aren't sick of basketball. They're not sick of the NBA. They're sick of SGA. That's why we started turning it off. The nonsense that was and this bad basketball that was being delivered because of Oklahoma City and the style that they play, everybody's sick of that. Knicks, Spurs, must-watch television, star power on both sides.
Yeah.
Little man that can't and Jalen Brunson. Like, this story is absolutely outstanding. This is what people want to watch. Good basketball with star power on both sides, and the Knicks and Spurs have delivered.
Okay, well, because you've awoken the beast,
yes.
I will say nobody wanted to watch Indiana last year.
The Pacers?
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Pacers don't move the needle at all.
Oh, I wanted to.
0%.
But I was the only one.
And SGA makes people sick because of what he does. Now, the other thing, which isn't a shot at Indiana, is that, have you noticed, Jalen Brunson's always had a little foul merchant in him. Just like Nikola does.
Chasing him?
Just like SGA does. But SGA, like, flops and falls to the ground. Have you noticed now with Brunson, specifically with Brunson, he will do that, like foul chasing, but he won't fall to the ground. But he does it, and then he like kind of backs up a little bit, but he keeps his feet. So I think everyone's kind of gotten the message, at least hopefully they should. Maybe Adam Silver actually did his job and sent the message to everybody of like, hey, can you stop falling to the ground, please?
I will say, and Alex agreed, like that at least Brunson's putting a shot up at the rim and not just a flail.
Right,
Let me throw this
just throw it
as
up
high
there.
as I can.
But
to get
when
free
he
throws.
initiates contact looking for those fouls, he's also like, he's kind of flopping, but he's also keeping his feet, so it's not as exaggerated.
You know what's actually been nice to see is when he does that, and then other guys are still doing it in the NBA Finals, and it's not called. The referee isn't even looking their way. They're just running back to their next, spot on the floor to call a foul. So hopefully this trend of not rewarding that nonsense continues into the regular season next year.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right. Now, I can't remember. Somebody sent this to our group chat. I don't know if it was Alex or Kevin. But at Dauber Hockey, talking about fantasy football punishments. There's a bunch of fun ones, and we've seen a bunch. But this was in June, and this person looks to be dressed up as are they a wizard? I think they're Harry Potter.
Okay.
And their fantasy.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Their fantasy football punishment was the guy finished last, had to go trick-or-treating in June, and couldn't stop until he received 10 pieces of candy from the people whose door he was knocking on. This is what I'm talking about.
Oh, my
Cease.
God.
This is the best fantasy football punishment I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I did like the guy that had to stay 24 hours at a Waffle House and just keep eating.
Oh, yeah, that
good. Was pretty cool, but this one was really good because it's unique and it's not necessarily mean. It's also like kind of odd because one, full disclosure, unless I know you're coming over, I'm not going to answer my door. I don't need to know about your lawn care service or your roofing. Like, I'm sorry. Anybody coming at me with any sort of religious documents, like no,
if you knock on my door,
you knock on my door, I'm not. I got cameras. I just look at my cameras like,
exactly.
I don't know who you are.
Yeah.
I'm not answering the door.
I'm actually annoyed. I'm kind of like, what are you doing?
So how difficult would this be? Knock, knock. Hey, trick or treat. It's fantasy football.
You would have to tell
Do you
him,
happen
right?
to have any candy? Because I have to do this until I get 10 pieces of candy. So just the story alone and the embarrassment of finding 10 people I'm sure people would have candy, right? Sitting around a little
Of course,
bit or
we have
whatever.
kids especially.
Yeah, so like he would be able to do it, but it would take some time and some explanation. And then you're a wizard, Harry, wearing a wizard outfit.
That's like so.
It's
part
even
of me
more
is, like,
ridiculous.
when he knocks on the door, and we keep candy on deck at the house for garage things. And, we always have gummy worms at the crib.
Okay.
So if you were to tell me that, then I'm like, so how much do you need? I would give him all. He needed 10 pieces of candy to stop. I'm like, here's 10 gummy worms. Just stop the nonsense right now. I'd hook him up and it's over. You're done at one house.
Then they would have to have certain rules. Like you need to get 10 pieces of candy, but like from 10 different
at
people.
different houses.
Yeah, but that's a great too, or you wrap your car or whatever. Like, okay, that's funny. This is original and funny.
It's so good. I wish I would have thought of that for my fantasy league. All right, Cease, what's happening on your timeline?
Yeah, on the timeline, a lot about the Knicks, of course, and one including, the record of teams that go up 3-1 in the NBA Finals is 37-1. Who in the world was the one?
LeBron.
Oh, that's right. Yes, against the Mavs, right?
No, against
against Golden
Warriors?
State.
The Warriors, yeah.
Golden State,
Warriors,
yes.
yep,
The one time I was
yeah.
rooting for Golden State.
Yeah.
By the way, does Draymond Green need to be on the show with
No,
the fellas?
he doesn't. Thank you for saying that.
He stands out like a turd in a punch bowl, and he has nothing to offer. He usually just tries to suck up to Shaq.
Did you hear him apologizing to Jalen Brunson after? And then Jalen's like, shut up, man.
Dude,
I don't need this from you.
who cares? Like, Draymond
I'm in the
Green,
finals. You're on TV.
First off, whose stupid idea at ESPN was that? Like, it's already bad enough they mess with Ernie and the fellas. I want to hear from Kenny. I want to hear from Chuck. I want to hear from Shaq. I already don't like Draymond Green, but he doesn't fit in. If he were to offer something interesting or fascinating or, wow, that's a great observation, he just sits up there and he, like, kind of, I don't know, sucks up to Shaq. Shaq, just like you said, we were watching the game. I was watching with Shaq, and he said that they better make a run here.
Shaq's my friend,
and
guys.
They made a run, just like Shaq said. Shaq, you're so big and so smart. Shaq, you're the best, huh? Aren't you, Shaq? Just Chester? Huh, Chester? You're the toughest, Chester.
Yeah.
Like, that's exactly what Draymond Green does. It's pathetic. It's terrible. I want to hear from Kenny. I want to hear from Chuck. I want to hear from Shaq. I don't want to hear from Draymond Green.
No.
He offers nothing. Yet there's some ESPN executives like, I know you have a historic postgame show that everybody loves. How about some Draymond Green? It's just ridiculous. It's stupid. He adds nothing. He adds zero to the broadcast. And just let the fellas do their thing, man. It's great. But 37-1, the one being LeBron makes me happy. So they're 3-1, and I did tell you, and I told Alex, told Kev. Kev wasn't paying attention because he's like, basketball. It's the Knicks. You should love the Knicks, Kev, because it's Knicks, like Bo Knicks, except it's New York Knicks.
I love basketball.
Okay, he loves the Knicks.
I just don't like the fans, except for you.
Okay.
See, when I talk about Knicks fans, I don't even. You're not in that. Like, you're a Knicks fan, but you're not in New York. I'm talking about those turds that live in the city.
Okay, all right. Yes, there's going to be some bad fans with every single fan base. But for me, I go, 3-1 feels a lot better. I mean, it feels 37-1. It's 37-1. It feels like this thing's over.
Yeah, I'm not sure it even goes back to New York.
I don't want it to. I'm too nervous. I just end this thing, have a parade. City burns down, whatever.
Like I said, you literally ripped the soul out of the San Antonio Spurs last night. I don't know how they have any life left in them.
Yeah.
For Game 5.
Yeah, it's going to be something. Give me one more, super
quick one. All right, how about this one?
Cecil, my man, you were awfully critical.
Spurs fans, just hold the ball and dribble it out. De'Aaron Fox. He does the Josh Allen play. I'm doing the Josh Allen play. Josh Allen before half.
Great.
Yes. So the more we get of that, the better. Because that was a Josh Allen play.
Look, now we're talking. If we can rip Josh Allen, I'm in on that, dude. That's what I like doing.
Okay, all right.
Oh, that is good. That's a great tweet. Good
I'm going to stay on the show for now.
I wish I had thought of that damn tweet. Man, I should have thought of that one. All right, let's get into our lunch hour. How far away are the Broncos from being elite defense? We're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to reset the biggest news of the day. That is Sean Payton's new contract. He is not going anywhere for the next 5 years. We'll give you the details and talk about what that means coming up next.
With recent revelations about the Broncos' new stadium options, is there reason to worry that a deal could be in jeopardy?
I still think it's more likely that they build on Burnham Yard. It's less likely that it remains on the timeline.
Okay.
And I'll just tell you, and I've mentioned this before, the Lone Tree thing isn't dead. The Lone Tree thing is not dead. There is a reason why this is still being called the preferred site and not this is definitely happening.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose by treating people, not just patients. With innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal. At Common Spirit Health, clinical excellence lives here. Human kindness lives here. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event? You don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
When you've been hurt after a traumatic car crash, you don't need a sales pitch from an attorney with big promises and a loud voice. You need a team who fights for real results fast. That's why so many across the country choose the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson is nationally recognized, but is local right here in Colorado. So give us a call and let our team fight for the results you deserve today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Wes. Tell me what happened between you and the IRS.
I ended up owing $55,000 on unpaid taxes. I hadn't filed for several years and ended up settling for $25.
Hold on. So you went from owing $55,000 to $25? Now that's a great story. How did that happen?
Well, it's rather amazing, I guess. It got to the appeals officer. The appeals officer signed off on it, and obviously we accepted it.
Wes, what made you come to Advanced Tax Solutions?
You hear of many different firms or whatever on the radio, some local, some not, and I felt confident from the radio spots I heard about Advanced Tax Solutions.
So how do you feel about Advanced Tax Solutions now?
Very, very lucky and very grateful.
And would you recommend us to your friends and family who are in the same situation?
Yes, I absolutely would.
Thanks, Wes. You know, if you're listening, be our next great story, 303-753-6040 or advancedtaxsolutions.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
going on at this is the last day of OTAs before mandatory minicamp. The Avalanche press conference going down with a surprise guest appearance, I guess, if you want to call it that, with Joe Sakic and, of course, Josh Kroenke. And then, of course, the big news that Sean Payton got himself a brand new 5-year contract extension. He and George Payton are now tied with the Denver Broncos. See, they're not going anywhere until the 2031 season has come to an end. And it's a big day for the Denver Broncos. Sean Payton, I will say this. I told you earlier when we initially got the news, it's like, oh, okay, interesting. What's this going to look like now as he gets into his late 60s? But if we just look at at work, how do you earn another contract? How do you earn more time to be an employee?
Right.
Well, you're successful at what you have been doing and what they have asked you to do.
You work well with others. You're showing progress. You're showing growth.
And Sean Payton, to work well with others is an interesting conversation, but he has done those things, right? He fixed the Denver Broncos. Sean Payton came in here and did what a handful of coaches could not do in that 10-year window where we were all living in that world of suck. So if we just look at it in that simplest form of, hey, you're asked to do this, and if you do it, you get another opportunity or a next contract. Well, then nobody should be upset today because Sean came up in here, flipped this thing on its head, found a franchise quarterback. We're all very confident that he is going to remain the franchise quarterback, and now he's being rewarded for that. So if it's just as simple and black and white as that, nobody can have a problem with what happened today.
No, I don't think people should be able to have that problem with it because Sean Payton has done everything that Sean Payton said he would do except win a championship.
So far, yeah.
And that's where this deal probably includes a conversation about how to go the distance and then stay there. The Broncos are Super Bowl contenders, full stop. People didn't think that last year, and they were. We said it on this show. People said we were crazy. They are Super Bowl contenders. And with Sean Payton now, for the next 5 years, they should continue to be Super Bowl contenders. But what's worse than a contender? Contender that doesn't win anything. You've got to go the distance. You've got to finish the job. You've got to get a Super Bowl ring for this team, for this contract to be reached to its full extent. And by the way, there's a conversation of if you win a ring or two, does Sean just retire? Let's get there first before we start talking about that. But
that would be a great situation to be in.
Yeah. Well, everyone's saying 5-year extension. Yeah, 5 years, but does he reach the 5 years? Does he win two and then retire?
I'm not saying great. He's walking away that they just won Super Bowls. Sure,
right. So in the next 3 years, do they win two of them and does Sean retire? 5 years doesn't mean it has to be the full 5 years. Because he is advanced in his age and he'll be up there. You know, how long does he want to keep doing this? How long does his message resonate? I think the best thing about Sean Payton being about 10 years younger than Pete Carroll, you can double check me on that, Alex, Kev, if you want, but Pete Carroll's message with the Raiders was lost. Everyone, Pete Carroll coming in, chomping gum, and everything's a competition, and everything's cool. He got fired after a year with his buddy, Tom Brady. Right? So you get to a certain age and your message is lost. The fellas aren't going to listen to you 70-year-old. A 60-year-old is pushing it, but they're listening to Sean Payton. They're following Sean Payton, and that's why Sean Payton's rewarded this contract.
And I would say Sean, isn't your traditional 62-year-old man right now, right? Still cool with the Jordans and getting guys' shoes, and he's in touch with what's going on in the world, and I'm sure his daughter helps that. She's plugged into kind of the media side of things going on.
Right.
But what does that look like in 5 years? What does that look like when he's 67, 68 years old? That's all TBD. I think that was one of my first thoughts. The other was what you brought up. All right. So now the excitement that was Davis Webb being the offensive play caller, and everybody in this building had the idea of there's a guy in place to be your next head coach.
Right.
If he shows success as a play caller, well, that's out the window now. There's no way Davis Webb, he's too good and an up-and-coming star. Dude, the Bills were about to hire him this year. The Buffalo Bills, in a Super Bowl window, were about to hire Davis Webb as their head coach. They wanted a little bit more skins on the wall, the old John Fox term.
Right.
He's about to get that. A 22-game sample size of that. He's getting a job as soon as next year because I think he's going to be successful. So now that means at this time next year, Sean Payton will either be taking play calling back or finding somebody else that he trusts at the rate that he trusts Davis Webb to give that baton to. And I don't think the latter is that. I think it would be Sean just taking the reins back, and he's now the play caller again.
Yeah, or was it a conversation with Greg? Because this conversation was had, their words, I'll go off what they've told us, and then you can determine whether you believe it or not. They had the conversation to mutually agree Sean would take a step back and give up play calling.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that? Or was he told?
I think he was told.
Okay. Well, then, if
What do
that's
you
the
believe?
case, he was told. If that's the case, then wouldn't you have the conversation? You're getting a new 5-year deal. When Davis leaves, we're getting somebody else, right? Right? I don't think there's any sort of like, Sean's taking it back. Now, maybe he does. We saw that with Dan Campbell because he had Johnny Morton calling plays from last year. Johnny Morton now on the Broncos staff, and for the love of God, I do not want him calling plays. I don't want Davis Webb to leave to be the coach of the Jets or whatever, and then Johnny Morton, he's already been an OC. Now he's an OC now. Ugh.
Well, look, as we sit here on June 11th, if it's not Davis Webb calling plays, then the only other person qualified right now on that staff is Sean Payton.
Yeah.
That's it. There are only 2 guys that can do this job.
Yeah, and now do they have guys on the come-up? Coaches that I'm excited about, their futures. Ronald Curry, their wide receivers coach. He's a good coach. He's got a good reputation.
Has he ever called plays?
Logan Kilgore, no. Logan Kilgore, good reputation, up-and-comer, only 7 years in, so maybe a little bit more skins on the wall there. And super, super far in the distance, they did hire Willie Snead as an offensive quality control coach. We remember him with the Saints as a wide receiver. Like, he could be one of those, like, connect with the players. Zach Streif also. If we're to look at the assistant coaches now, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself, like, who's the next assistant that could be a play caller? To me, it'd be Zach Streif. Zach Streif's built like a future head coach, maybe the future head coach of the Broncos, but they're also kind of running out of the options that they used to have. If Vance Joseph gets a new job, if Davis Webb gets a new job, this Broncos coaching staff. That's why you got to win it all now. Win it all now, because your staff could look much, much different in a year.
And look, I think we got this on YouTube earlier, and our texter Johnny from the 970, what up, Johnny? He says, to be fair, there's not a cap on paying coaches, so couldn't Webb just get a huge pay bump and be the head coach in waiting? Yes, essentially he could, but again, are you going to wait for it if this company is offering you the job you want right now, or the company you're with is saying, no, you're going to get this job in 3 to 5 years from now? What are you doing? Because I know what I'm doing. I know what I think everybody else is doing. We're leaving our current situation to go get the job that we want right now, and nobody would fault anybody for that.
Right, because nothing is guaranteed in the future. You can tell me, hey, this is going to be your job. Yeah, what about if things fall apart?
Yeah, heard that before.
Exactly, said that before. So because that, like, you're always going to go to where the opportunity is the best. Chris McFarland did that. He didn't want to leave. Yet Nashville broke his back, basically. He's like, here's all the power. Here's all the money. And, you know, then you move on. That's going to happen with Davis Webb. That's going to happen with Vance Joseph eventually.
I will say, like I said, my first initial reaction is, I'm not sure that I like this. A 62-year-old coach getting a 5-year extension that there's rumors and rumbling that he's hard to work with. And now here we are 2 hours later into the same conversation. I just don't know that you could have gone in any other direction. Again, I wouldn't have mind. Me personally, my own standard, my own rule, let him play it out. Let them play it out. Make them a little uncomfortable, right? If you didn't win the Super Bowl last year, you don't win the Super Bowl this year. I want you to be a little bit uncomfortable in that last year because I'm uncomfortable. We haven't won a Super Bowl in those 5 years that you've been the coach.
Right.
That's not the case. So if they weren't going to go that route, I understand why you're extending Sean Payton today. It's what we started it with. The dude has earned this extension.
Yeah, definitely. And I like avoiding the lame duck situation. Because that's when the conversation happens. Mm-hmm. The conversation then becomes about the lame duck coach instead about winning games. Now, again, and I love that Greg does this. It's expensive. It must be so nice to be Greg Penner because you could be like,
what does that word mean?
Expensive. What does that mean? Does not compute. Does not compute. He paid $83 million for Russell Wilson to go away. That rich guy, right? And then Sean has zero excuses. He's not going to be distracted by lame duck coach. Like, there's zero conversation there. You're well paid. You've got your quarterback. You've got your coaches. You've got your players. You ran it back, except for JFM. Like, come on. You got to win this whole damn thing. So I appreciate the fact that Greg Penner is like, no, we're not going to have any excuses. You're going to give him reasons to go win this thing. And also with that comes the pressure of if you don't, you're not making it through this 5 years. That's the thing. It's for now. The deal's for now. But the deal's not forever. Mm-hmm. And Sean's got to perform because of that. And I love the pressure being on Sean to do that.
And I would assume he wants that as well. in Sean Payton. But see, the lame duck thing is so interesting to me because it's if whenever all this started and 100 years ago and there's a coach going like, well, wait, what I'm on the last year of my contract? You don't think I'm going to be thinking about that the whole time? And if the owner said, no, I do want you to be thinking about that the whole time. Be better. And then that was just the tradition of like you work your contract out and then you're rewarded.
Yeah.
That's just what it would be. We just do this lame duck thing because it's the only thing that we know. And I just don't like it. Everybody should be a lame duck. I want you to feel pressure. I want you to feel like you have to perform. I want to see if I can get the best out of you when the going gets tough.
Yeah, well, Greg Penner avoiding the lame duck by saying, here's your money. Where's my trophies? Plural.
So now, George locked, Sean locked. The next biggest deal is Bo Nix. Oh, let's see what Jaquan's going to get paid when or if that happens.
Yeah, not on
Bo. I'm talking about Bo.
Not on the level of Bo. Bo's deal, Pat Mahomes just reworked his money, so it's like $500 million.
It's literally another $500 million.
Yeah. We're looking at a Bo Nix contract that's going to be pushing $300+ million.
If he wins the Super Bowl or no matter what?
Oh, if he wins the Super Bowl, you're looking at, okay, now you are pushing closer to $400 million. You're pushing closer to even, yes, $500 million. Mahomes is a different story, but it's like we're not too far from Bo Nix making $500 million if he performs. And that's the thing. Whatever ankle plates from high school or whatever that story is, get this damn thing fixed so it's never a story again and that you can get paid, well paid, and Broncos fans can get what they want, which is multiple Super Bowl championships.
That's what we're looking for. We're also trying to get you guys out to our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. It's happening Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Want to get you out there. If you've got kids between the ages of 8 and 14 that want to learn a little bit more about the game, get their skills sharpened before their season starts, that's what it's all about. Get some hands-on coaching from former Broncos like Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokely, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds are going to benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, you want to go to our website. That's denversports.com/camp. Stay with us throughout next week. We're going to get somebody's camp fees for them. We'll take care of one of our listeners' kids' camp fees. Hopefully it can be you, and we'll help you out. We'll get into that a little later next week. If you don't want to wait, denversports.com/camp. Get signed up right now. Do it. Hurry. Quick. All right, so that's the big news of the day. Sean Payton, he is going nowhere. He will certainly be asked about that today. That's another interesting takeaway that we'll find out here in the next half hour, 45 minutes. Is he going to be angry just for the sake of being angry?
Yeah.
Or will he be happy because he got himself another $100 million?
Yeah, that's the thing with Sean. You never know, but there's a few things. I want Sean Payton to win a Super Bowl or two in this next 5 years. I want him to slow down off the field. Like on the field, he's already a football junkie, and that's the thing. He's burning his candle at both ends, and he's doing that by studying this game, looking over all the angles, looking over all the possibilities. That's awesome. I still want that. I just don't want him going hard afterwards, and I know that's more of a personal request, but as an older man, I can tell you your body doesn't respond as well, and if you party hard like that, it's gonna catch up to you. So
don't talk about that.
Please, Sean, I know you don't want me to talk about it. I know that everyone gets amazed when I see him, and they're like, you brought that up about Sean? Yeah, it's part of Sean's story. He goes hard. Could you go a little bit less hard, Coach? Could you just get a
remember what it was like.
Can you get a Super Bowl or two?
Oh, wow. It's
right?
that bad?
Because then guess what? When you do win a Super Bowl or two and you retire, you can do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
You can have whatever you like. Yeah, so do all that stuff afterwards. Right now, lock in, baby. 100% all the way. I don't need Jay Glazer posting videos of every coach in the league hammered at his pool. Like, can you just get a damn Super Bowl, please? Please?
Are the new age you know how like people don't drink booze anymore?
Yeah.
It's all old.
Oh,
old guys
new age coaches aren't like that.
They just work. They just grind.
They grind, and they might probably smoke weed. If we're going to be honest about it, what do young coaches do? They smoke weed,
dude,
and they work all the time.
Coaches in the NBA are smoking reefer pretty
well,
regularly.
and like Joe Rogan always would say, it's like he smokes weed to like kind of focus himself. It doesn't mean you're lazy. If you smoke weed and you're lazy, just because you're lazy. You just happen to smoke marijuana.
Just enhances whatever you are.
So all these coaches, they're grinders, and if they want to take a little bit of edge off, yeah, they're probably popping some gummies or smoking a J, whatever. Nobody does that. Like, there's no party bar quarterbacks anymore. there shouldn't be. The last one, I think, figured it out now, and he's straightened his act out, Josh Allen. But, like, party board quarterbacks don't exist. Party board coaches at 65 shouldn't exist.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Sorry.
Our guy Nate Dogg checked in. That's how I feel, too. He says, when I hear that term lame duck, I just transfer that and I hear real life. Because we're all lame ducks in our jobs. But I get that, Nate. I always say sports are the furthest thing from real life. You call it funny money and all the things that come with it. So you're right. In real life, that's what we all are. We work in contracts. I'm a lame duck right now. See, should I be freaking out every day? Oh, my God, guys, my contract's coming up here soon. It's just the way it works. They can fire us whenever they want. Now, they can also still fire Sean whenever he wants. You just have to pay the piper to do it, and it's a good thing that we have the richest guy in the world that can do those things.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
And it's a good thing we didn't lose our mind about Josh Kroenke being at the Joe Sakic press conference, because there were some suggesting, like, what does this mean? Does this mean Jared Bednar's getting – no, Joe Sakic just said Bednar and all the coaches are going to be back.
So no changes coming to the coaching staff.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was Jared Bednar. That's the worry words, I think, that do that.
Josh Kroenke's showing up. It means he's fired everybody. Yeah. Josh Kroenke doesn't want to pay anybody. For the love of God. Anyone going to ask him about the Nuggets broadcast? Like,
oh, that'd be fun.
We got to get that from Josh. Like, we need some real questions at Josh. What did Shapiro have the other day of, like, when they had fired Chris and Scotty, and Shapiro's like, hey, the guy that professes to be the keeper of culture just got rid of the two guys that helped establish part of that culture, because Nuggets fans like Alex grew up listening to Scotty and Chris. So Joe Sakic just said Jared Bednar is safe. So all the worry warts, Jared Bednar, no. God, no. He's staying, everybody. Now, is he a lame duck? Are they going to get into that conversation? Where's Kel McCarr's deal at? Like,
extending Bednar would be crazy to me. Him and Sean are in different worlds. Sean flipped the script, built this Broncos culture back up. Jared Bednar, I mean, I know what it was when he arrived and Patrick left, and they're coming off of, a 48-point season. But we're so far removed from that Jared should be a lame duck. I think extending Jared Bednar would be a crazy mistake by the Colorado Avalanche. Unless you guarantee me they go win the Stanley Cup next year, there's no chance I would extend Jared Bednar.
Yeah,
that's a dumb move.
Well, that's the thing. If we look at this regular season, I'm still going to be excited about having Avs hockey back. But the regular season and the President's Trophy and name all the awards. I've seen the future. The Avs win every single award at all possible. We talk about every single award because it's a major award.
Yeah, of course.
Unless they win it all, it does not matter. This is a team, and Joe Sakic talked about it. They've got a strong nucleus, right? He feels strong at all positions, and they have a strong nucleus. That is from Joe Sakic and his presser. We're working on the audio right now. We're going to get you the audio from Joe Sakic. We're going to break down what he says. But if they have the strong nucleus, and they have the core, and then Josh Kroenke says that Bednar is the right guy, all right, they are going to run it back. Okay, strong nucleus. It's there. Check. Jared Bednar, really great coach. Check. I don't care about the awards. I don't care about the President's Trophy. All I give a damn about is the Stanley Cup. You don't build this team. You don't build this nucleus. You don't have Nathan McKinnon slapping Snickers out of teammates' hands unless you win more than one cup. Yes, it's a big ask, but you've got superstars, like megastars. Cale Makar is one of one. In the history of hockey, there's rarely been, one other player like Cale Makar? Seriously, like you have very rare attributes. You have very rare skill sets with some of these players. Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar specifically. Yeah. You've got the heart of Gabe Landeskog. Like, come on. Win this whole damn thing. So next year is going to be next year. But next year, there's going to be this asterisk. Oh, the Avs are on a 4-game, 5-game, 8-game, 12-game win streak. Yeah, baby. Is it February? Yeah. Can they do it when it matters most? Can they do it in the postseason? And can they get past a Dallas? Can they get past a Vegas when they're going to play that defense like they do.
Joe saying he's the general manager. It's all business as usual. That means the names that we were talking about a little bit earlier with the Andrew Wilsons. I don't know that Kevin McDonald's a part of this. I think they like what he's doing with the AHL and the Eagles. Andrew Wilson, Andrew Cogliano, I would imagine they just go from shadowing Chris McFarland to shadowing Joe Sakic. And then at the end of the year, there's a decision made on one of those two guys, or they have a couple of outside, well, I don't know, it's the Cronkies. They're probably not outside names, but they have interviews so that it goes, oh, we interviewed Andrew, we interviewed the other Andrew and Cogliano this time, and now we're just going to pick the winner between those two, and the next guy can either stay as the assistant general manager or, it's kind of tough to apply for a job within, not get it, and then stay, but that could be an option. So if Joe says I'm the general manager, well, then he's going to be the general manager for the foreseeable future and just give some guys some on-the-job training as they go. And then when he thinks they're ready, just like you did with Chris, just hand it to him and say, you're in charge now. I'm going to go play golf.
Yeah, and that's the plan. Sounds like a hell of a plan. Win it all. That's the only thing. It truly is Stanley Cup or bust. And I know we've said that before. Felt that before, said that before. That's something to watch closely this next season because that's all that matters. The cup is all that matters. And it's a great spot to be in. It just stinks. You're talking about one outlier season and nothing but disappointment since then.
That's exactly right. Did say they feel strong at all positions. They like their strong nucleus. And there is unfinished business left on the table. Well, that's the understatement of the year. So we'll see what it looks like. We'll bring you some of that Sakic sound a little bit later on. And then obviously sees the giant basketball game that we watched last night. Your Knicks are now on the verge of being world champions for the first time in a very, very long time. It's over, right? They're done. The San Antonio Spurs cannot fight back after what was done to them last night.
37-1, teams that go up 3-1 in the NBA Finals. So
it's fixing to be 38-1.
Yeah, it should be. Again, I'm never going to count the chickens before they've hatched. Said that before. Said that before. Mm-hmm. So one more to go. I don't even want it to go back to New York. As the guy that said Knicks in 6, I'm like, can you just finish this thing? It's too much. These games are too close. And unless San Antonio messes up, think about that if you're a Spurs fan. Unless San Antonio messes up, the Knicks don't win. And again, they have to play perfectly. But the Knicks are just so opportunistic that if you make a mistake, you will lose. You will get that mistake will be used against you, and that's exactly what New York does. These games are going to be tight. I guarantee Game 5, win or lose, is going to be a tight game. That's why the start of yesterday's game was so weird because it was like, wow, the Knicks are going to get waxed.
Yeah.
They're going to get waxed. They're down by 29. But that's a team that while other teams struggle when they're down by 20 in the playoffs, the Knicks almost have perfected that. They show no issue.
It's almost like they know, the Knicks saying, hey, they're going to gear down. Mm-hmm. And when they do, they're a tiger in the tall grass and they're just waiting to pounce.
Yep.
And then they gear down and they attacked.
Yep. So if they don't get gear down, that means they can win another one. And if it's 3-2, then it's back to being nervous again. It doesn't have to finish in New York. It just has to finish.
We'll see what it looks like. We're going to have a couple of days off. We're back to some Stanley Cup action tonight. And, of course, we'll be all over that this evening and reacting to it tomorrow on the program. Super Joe having a presser. The Broncos' last day of OTAs before mandatory minicamp happening right now. It's a very, very busy afternoon. We're going to get you guys that sound as soon as we can. In the meantime, I want to get back to a conversation about third wide receiver. Best pass-catching option for Bo Nix, not named Jalen Waddle or not named Cortland Sutton. Who is it for you? Tell us on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. Tell us over at youtube.com/DenverSports on the Tribe chat fueled by Champ Honda, and we'll tell you our name coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drive's Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. You know? Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The playoffs bring out the teams that perform when the pressure is highest and every possession matters. When you're bidding an electrical project, you don't want a streaky shooter. You want a team with a 40-year winning record. That's Piper Electric. From commercial construction to EV charging, fire alarms, power distribution, and preventative maintenance, their electricians are safety-driven, highly skilled, and ready for complex environments. So when your project goes out for bids, take the high percentage shot. Visit piperelectric.com.
This is the sound of Jack buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This summer, all roads lead to Groove Toyota in Inglewood during our Summer on Us sales event. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand, from the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. See the selection at GrooveToyota.com. More than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certified. Reserve your vehicle now at GrooveToyota.com. Start here, go anywhere.
Offer expires 6/7/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply with approved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but I'm not sure what to do. It's something we hear a lot at 303 Law 4040 from people. They've been hurt. They just don't know what to do next. Should they talk to the insurance company? Who's going to pay their medical bills? What if they have to miss work? They don't want to call a lawyer, and they certainly don't want to sue anyone, but they just don't know what to do. Here, take one of our small town clients. He was seriously hurt on his neighbor's property. Tough as nails, salt of the earth guy, and all he was looking to do was the right thing. He said, Dan, I have to live in this town, and I want to be able to hold my head up high when I walk down the street. So if you're talking about suing my neighbor, I'm not interested. I explained that we probably wouldn't have to sue anybody, and we certainly weren't going to hurt his neighbor. In the end, we got him $1.5 million, and he could still hold his head up high in that small town. If you've been hurt, you don't have to feel guilty for calling 303 Law 4040. We are here to help and fight for what's fair. We don't farm you out to a call center. In fact, we give all of our clients our cell phone numbers. We hope you never need us, but save that number in your phone just in case. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. And if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Gotta wait for your part, see? There it is. That's a good one, Alex. I like this one. All right, big news of the day. Sean Payton, new contract. He ain't going anywhere for another 5 years. Congratulations to Sean on getting the deal done. Now deliver. Super Bowl time, baby. That's what's on the mind of all Broncos fans after we hear that news. Joe Sakic, Josh Kroenke sitting down having a press conference. Jared Bednar's not going to get fired. There will be no changes to the coaching staff. That's what we're learning in real time right now. You want to hit us up? We'd love to hear from you. Your thoughts on the Sean Payton contract extension, your thought on the confirmation that Jared Bednar is not going anywhere. I'm not sure you needed it, but we got it today. 303-713-1043, ramoslaw.com text line. Put your name on your text, best way to get your text read, or youtube.com/DenverSports. Click that Dover and Cecil stream. Subscribe. You can click that if you got another click in there for us. And then get in on the Tribe Chat powered by Sean Ponda. Tell us how you're feeling about today's big stories. All right. I will talk about Sean, Jared, all the stuff we're getting into coming up in that 1 o'clock hour with some audio to go along with it. But, Cease, I want to talk about the third best pass catcher. I don't want to call it wide receiver because running back and tight end are involved in this conversation as well. So, if we look at third best pass catcher for the Denver Broncos.
Yes.
Who do you, when I say that, hey, who's going to be the third best pass catcher, what name pops into your head? What
R.J. Harvey. That's the name of the pass that pops into my head as the number 3 pass catcher because number 1 is Jalen Waddle. Number 2, sorry, Cliss, they don't have 2 number 1s. They have Cortland Sutton as the number 2 now. The number 3 pass catcher, I firmly believe, is R.J. Harvey.
I think that's pretty fair. I mean, I guess my question to you, and it's not even pushback because he's going to find opportunities, is a lot of his stuff coming early before Jonah kind of gets released, if you will, out into the world that is the NFL? Or is there plenty of room for 3 backs?
I think because of Tyler Baday's snaps last year, those are immediately Jonah Coleman snaps now.
Okay.
So he's the pass-catching, like third down, pass-protecting back, I should say. Because Bidet had problems with drops. Bidet could pass protect. He just can't run. He drops too many passes. It's not great, Bob.
So he's a blocker.
Right. Sean and his blockers. You can block, right? I love you. Sean sends out Valentines to everyone that can block. I just love you. Adam Troutman can't even block, and he still gets Valentines. But either way, there's room for 3 backs, a very specific and small role for Jonah Coleman until J.K. Dobbins gets hurt. And then once that happens, Coleman will be in a committee with R.J. Harvey. And I think that's a great compliment because what Coleman does well is everything. What R.J. Harvey does better is red zone nose and a better receiver out of the backfield. Even though Jonah's a really good receiver, R.J.'s proven to be a better receiver right now. And Jonah's a better runner. So they kind of complement each other. While Jonah can do everything and he's a 3-down back, you've got a guy that's really excels, nose for the end zone, and receiving out of the backfield just like R.J. Harvey.
So R.J. Harvey, that third best pass catcher, I would throw out the name Troy Franklin. We both like Troy Franklin. I think he might be that guy to fill that void. Had over 700 yards a year ago, and it felt like it all came early, but then when I went and looked back at stats and game logs on Pro Football Reference, it actually didn't come as early. It all bunched up in the first 10 weeks, and then it was just a couple of 100 yards after that. But what really stood out to me were his games where he just didn't perform. Cecil, he had 7 games with 21 yards or less. That's just not – that's a catch, right? We're talking about a catch with that situation with who Troy Franklin is going to be. So I looked at that number of like 7 games under 21 yards, and then the conversation we had yesterday about explosive plays. The Broncos were 19th best in the NFL with explosive plays. The Dolphins, just because of Jalen Waddle, were 9th. So he's going to bring them up. But I look at these explosive plays, 21 yards. Troy Franklin might have 7 games where he has a play of over 21 yards or more.
Right.
So explosive plays, I look at Troy Franklin to help Jalen Waddle do that. Cortland's not really this explosive play guy. Now he can get you a big play, right? He can score you a gotta-have-it touchdown or gotta-have-it first down. He'll go up and get it. But like explosive plays, catch, run, stiff arm, just separate yourself from people, that's Jalen Waddle. JK can do that too.
Yeah.
RJ can do it as a pass catcher, and Troy Franklin can do it. I think those are the 4 that I'm looking at, like explosive plays. Those are the guys that can do it.
Explosivo is the name of the game, and that means Troy Franklin's speed can be on display, and that's what his best asset.
His speed versus the other team's third best cornerback, who probably doesn't have the same length. He's got pretty decent length, too.
Yeah.
You're winning that matchup every single time.
Yeah, and also what it tells you, as I think it was ESPN did the article of, like, formations for teams. The Broncos formation could easily be 3 and 4 wide receivers. It just could. As much as we're excited about this ground game and we're excited about Evan Ingram, like, you could go just 3 and 4 wide receivers. You could throw all of your guys out there except Marvin.
I was going to say, so that's with
Notice
Pat.
how I didn't say 5 wide receivers. I'm just saying 3 or 4.
So then you have
Pat, Franklin, Waddle, and Sutton on the field.
Evan with his hand in the dirt?
You'd have no tight ends.
Oh, I guess
You'd
so.
be 10 personnel.
Yeah.
1 running back, 0 tight ends.
Tough break, Adam Troutman.
Yeah, sorry. No
Wow.
blocking today.
Wow.
But Pat Bryant can block. You block, you get the rock. Troy Franklin's been an effort blocker, so that's good. You block, you get the rock. I think there's some fast break tempo to this team that if you implemented all 4 of your big wide receivers, including Waddle, he's so small. But yes, I think with your wide receivers, you could run a fast break offense that features Troy Franklin as one of the main assets. Again, certain packages, certain plays, certain down and distance, but use tempo as a weapon. Get Franklin out there and use that speed.
I mean, didn't it feel like he was a second progression early last year?
Felt like he was the first.
For Bo, but I mean, like play design, he probably wasn't the first, but for Bo's eyes, it felt
Right.
like he was the first.
Yeah, because
for sure.
court's bracketed, so he just goes, court's bracketed,
Well, and
here's
he knows
Troy.
that he sees that pre-snap. There's a
Mhm.
cheat over there. There's
Yep.
a tell. I'm not even going to look that way because I already know I'm not going to force a football because Bo doesn't want to make mistakes.
The nice thing is you're never going to fool Bo Nix, and if he does, he's not a mistake repeater. How many times have we seen Bo Nix make a mistake? There's a few. How many times have we seen him repeat the same mistake?
I don't know that we have.
Not many. Not many, if at all. So because of that, like savor the flavor defense, you just added Jalen Waddle to a quarterback that doesn't miss.
When we're talking about third best pass catcher, do we just go straight to 700 yards? Is that the number? Like Troy Franklin, just over 700 yards a year ago. Does he have to just simply repeat that to be the third best pass catcher? And is that somewhere where your name in RJ Harvey, can he get to that number?
Yeah, and that's the thing with RJ. If it's 700 for RJ, that's a little bit more of an ask, shall we say. Can he get there? Yeah, I think RJ Harvey could be a 1,000-yard receiver. Not this year. Don't at me, bro. It's not part of the plan, but that definitely is there for Harvey to do that. I think that third spot, and part of me wants to just rail against the straight number. I know what we're doing. I understand the exercise. It's interesting to me. I think that it could be kind of malleable, that number 3 receiver. It could be Franklin based on the matchup. It could be RJ based on the matchup.
Oh,
maybe their
all right.
linebackers suck against running backs, so it's an RJ week. But then maybe their third corner is someone you really want to pick on. That's a Troy week.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if we look at the number 3 receiver, you've got Waddle, you've got Sutton, and then that number 3 receiver, it could be, and collectively you're going to get to that number, but on a week-to-week basis, I just like the idea of, hey, Waddle's your identity, Sutton's going to do Sutton things, but then your third receiver is sometimes Ingram, sometimes Franklin, sometimes RJ, and maybe that's the best strategy.
I mean, I think that is a pretty solid strategy because it does, one, it keeps everybody engaged on your offensive side of the ball, and 2, how do you game plan for that? How do you game plan for that? You, as a defensive coordinator, you have to go, okay, where is our weakest link and how would I expose that person?
Right.
And then you have to do that 3 different times over the course of 3 different days because that's all you're going to get to prepare for the next week's game.
Yes.
And I actually like that a lot better than what we're talking about of individual highlighting one player.
Well, and the reason that I like it, and I'm sucking up to you when I do this, it gives them an identity. Their identity is Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
So if you tell me they have an identity and then the third guy's just kind of a floater, they have an identity.
And it's based upon matchup.
Uh-huh. Here's what I don't want. I do not want no identity, and then maybe it's a Waddle week, maybe it's a Sutton week, maybe it's a Franklin. No, baby. It's Waddle week every week.
Mm-hmm.
Every single week, Jalen Waddle kills you. That's what I want. I want that for the Broncos in a bad way. Jalen Waddle is your assassin. He's out there. We're all doing the Waddle. Everybody's doing it. It's awesome. Everybody's doing it. We're going streaking. Yeah. We're not going streaking, but we're going to go dancing with Jalen Waddle in the end zone multiple times as the centerpiece of this Broncos passing game.
By the way, was it yesterday we asked our listeners for nicknames for the Bo to Waddle game?
Yeah. Bottle service.
Did you see that one?
Bottle service.
Someone hit bottle service.
Yes.
Which is pretty good.
Because it's Bo and Waddle, bottle service.
I think that might be the winner.
Oh, bottle service is the winner.
Bottle service is the connection.
And then because we have bottle service, you know what that means?
What?
We have a doorman.
Oh,
doorman. You're a doorman. Yes. Doorman.
Look, I freaking hate this job.
I freaking hate my life.
It was Joshua South at Joshua_South1 on Twitter gave us the nickname. Kudos, sir. That's outstanding.
Joshua South was already taken?
I guess so.
Okay.
He went with the 1 on it.
Right on. Well, he's number 1 because bottle service is what it is.
Bottle service is great work. Nice
and
job
correct
there.
anyone. The morning show's not going to understand bottle service because they're just like,
right.
bottle service? We had Mad Dog 2020 up in Alaska. And Stoke's going to be like, Stoke will know bottle service.
Stoke will know.
Stoke knows
Yeah,
what. Mike Evans is just like, No.
It's like I don't even have a toddler at the
One
house.
time,
We
me and
don't
my
have
buddy
bottles.
went halvesies on bottle service because they'll go halvesies on stuff.
Oh,
him and his friend.
I've heard,
He's got a reputation. And then Zach and Phil, they'd get.
Zach knows.
They're the Zach definitely knows.
Zach knows.
A party with ZB.
Yeah.
That's a fun time. That's a fun time, Sally, right there. He may yell at me for Devon Vele for whatever reason, which still makes no sense because it's Devon Vele, for the love of Christ. But I look at it and I go, bottle service. That's got to be the answer. We have to correct everyone out there that says anything different than bottle service.
Bo to Jalen, bottle service, touchdown Broncos. White horse running all over the place.
Doorman.
Who's going to be the doorman? Now we have another game to play. That's a fun one. Hey, we didn't get to give the Rockies enough love a little bit earlier for what they've done here in the first couple of games of June and them getting over on the Chicago Cubs. We'll do that coming up next.
Is Evan Ingram playing for more than just a Super Bowl in 2026?
This guy not only playing for maybe the future of his time in Denver, I mean, at this point on the side of 30 that he's on, if he doesn't show something this year, who wants Evan Ingram? I think Evan Ingram might be playing for his NFL life this season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Summer has officially arrived. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors wants to help you get your home ready before the seasons change. All June long, when you purchase a whole house of siding, you'll get free gutter guards, a limited time offer designed to protect your home and your wallet. Don't wait, guys. Book your project now and enjoy stunning new siding before fall weather rolls in. Visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
For over a century, 9 days defined the West. From the dust, the Bronx, the Bulls, and the legends. 9 days built a legacy. But legends don't stand still. The daddy of them all just got bigger. 10 days that redefined the West. 10 days when legends ride longer. 10 days of rodeo. Cheyenne Frontier Days. 10 days, one legend. Tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
When our grandfather started Williams Jewelers in 1947 as a humble little neighborhood jewelry shop, he could not have imagined how big his dreams would grow. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. Today, thanks to you, Williams Jewelers is not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
we're Colorado's premier jeweler, with more of the world's top designers than any other store, including Roberto Coin, Marco Biccigo, Kwiat, Hearts on Fire, Mikimoto, and dozens more.
An entire diamond and bridal department with the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Tacori, A. Jaffe, and Gabriel & Company.
Add to that, our legendary Swiss watch collections, and service center, and you have the only jeweler you'll ever need.
With over 30 jewelry professionals, master goldsmiths, and watchmakers to serve you at Williams Jewelers, you'll still always be treated just like our grandfather would.
Like family.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 1043 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we're going to hear from Joe Sakic coming up right around 1 o'clock. Excited about that. Fired up to hear what Super Joe and Josh Kroenke had to say. And then we'll hear what's going on over at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, in that 1 o'clock hour as well. The fourth quarter is what we like to call it. That's coming up in about 13 minutes from right now. Do want to remind everybody about our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. It's happening next week, June 27th at All City Stadium, part of Denver South High School. And if you got kids between the ages of 8 and 14, you come get some hands-on coaching from former Bronco players. Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, Stokes going to be there, as well as the staff of coaches from Denver South. Best part about it, all proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. I love that organization. They've helped me as a youth. I've gone back and worked with them as an adult, and I love what they stand for. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. And don't forget, next week we're going to pick somebody to take care of their camp registration. Cecil and I'll pick up the tab, and little Johnny, little Susie, whoever it is, can get out there and participate. All right, Cecil, real quick, a quick little note, a little bit of love to the Colorado Rockies. They beat the Cubs again last night. The series finale is going to start in about 20 minutes from now. See if they can sweep those chumps. But Kev's guy, TJ Rumfield, 2-run dong in the 8th, gave the Rocks the lead. Insert Sterling Thompson, a pinch hitter, who came in and got his first walk-off base hit of his career with his pitch hit single in the 9th. 23rd time it's happened in franchise history, but the first since 2021 when Charlie Blackmon had a pinch hit walk-off against the Padres. And now, this is cool, Cease. He is just one of 3 Rockies rookies in the history of the franchise to hit a pinch hit walk-off of their season debut. He joins Adam Melhuse. I have no idea who that is. And Todd Helton. You might know his name.
You know that guy.
Who did it back on August 29th, 1997 as a rookie pinch hitting with a walk-off. Pretty cool club to be in when Todd Helton's there with you.
Okay, yeah, well, that's the thing. The Colorado Rockies give us something to talk about in June, because Lord knows that wasn't the case in May. So, yeah, turn some things around. I think, 500?
They're 4-4 in May, or
right.
excuse me, in June, after being 8-21 in May. So they're already halfway to their win total from a month ago, and it's June 11th.
I think we'll take that, plus the weather's so beautiful in Colorado. We'll take any sort of good news we've got from the Rockies, and we'll do a tribe meetup sometime this summer.
I was literally going to say, we need to do the 4 of us, the crew, and not tell anybody we're there and get crazy. I get to decide what we're doing. And then the next day, the next time Tribe Meetup, we invite everybody to come.
Okay.
And what I decide, everybody has to do, right? Kevin?
Kev might be the one to struggle with it the most. Let's just say that.
We'll have some fun, no matter what. Our man Kevin did do something, Cease, something that you were wondering about yesterday. We know the Broncos live at 14th. Their offense was 14th best a year ago. You asked Kevin the question, how many of the last 10, 11 years, how many teams outside of the top 10 have won the Super Bowl? The answer, Cecil, is 2. 2 teams have won the Super Bowl without a top 10 offense in the last 11 years since the Broncos did it. In fact, if we take the Broncos off of this, because in the last 11 years, that includes Super Bowl 50, well, guess what that team was? Not a top 10 offense. We know what that looked like. So really, if you take Payton and the boys off the list, it's 1. It was the 2023 Chiefs who were 15th in offense that year and won the Super Bowl. Denver was 14th a year ago, one slot better than, but history's not on the side of an offense that's not outside of the top 10. It's a requirement, a must, that Sean, Bo, and Davis get this thing minimum 4 spots higher than it was a year ago.
Yeah, push to get it higher, and then that comes from, to me, a couple of things. What package of players are you using, how much tempo are you using, and what's your sequencing like? I trust Davis Webb. I don't know why, but I do. I trust Davis Webb to fix all of those things. Sean's sequencing was off. It just was. Why did the Broncos go 3 and out all the time? Some of the Bo overthrows, yes, that's part of it, but it's not all on Bo Nix. What about the plays that he's running? Hey, how about a screen pass that never works? Let's keep trying that, Sean. So I think Davis will be able to adjust in a way and sequence in a way that Sean wasn't able to, because there was just some plays Sean kept emphasizing that weren't working, and yet he kept sticking with it. Like, they're not good at screen passes. Maybe Jalen Waddle changes that. Maybe they're totally better this year. But last year, that wasn't their forte, yet Sean kept going back to the well. You need to have the right personnel. You need to use tempo as a weapon. Sean was hesitant to do that. Bo wants to do that.
Yeah. He's requested it to the media.
Yeah.
So that's how you know he likes it.
And Davis Webb probably going to help out Bo when it comes to tempo. So use tempo, use the right personnel, and then sequence your plays. And by that, what do I mean? Clint Kubiak set it up perfectly for Sam Darnold, so those out routes were out and up routes in the third quarter. So you would lull a team to sleep, same route, same look, same route, same look.
And you got the
oh
DB
God,
going
it's
like,
different.
oh, I'm going to jump this.
Exactly.
And then he's burned.
This is going to be a pick 6, and then it's a touchdown the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Your sequencing must be better. But for your sequencing to work, your original plays that you want to run have to work.
See, I think there is, to strip it all away and, what's the most simplest form of this? I think in Sean Payton's head, he goes, my plays are going to make Bo Nix look good. I think Davis Webb being a little bit more in touch and a more current quarterback than what Sean was back in his day is let me put my quarterback in position to make me look good. I think that's the difference between the two gentlemen.
Okay.
And it's going to be a very, very big difference because you said it. What Sean would do first and second down, you go, short screen doesn't work or something where Bo overthrows. And then now you're looking at 3rd and 10 and you haven't moved the ball. And that's why we get frustrated with your script that doesn't do anything to start the second half.
Right. Minimize that frustration. And how do you do that? Run better plays to start. And that's where I think we could see Davis Webb really change. I think people might even be a little bit surprised when they see this Broncos offense and how different it'll look with Davis Webb calling those plays.
You know what else? We didn't ask this earlier. When Sean gets this deal, where's Davis's head at today? How you got to be happy because you know the guy. Hey, dude, the guy I call a friend got a new contract. But then on the other side of that is, so I'm not going to stay in Denver for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. I mean,
he's got to be real about it, right?
As a coach, not to, promote an excuse for Davis Webb, but as a coach, you almost just kind of have to keep your head down and grind. Just kind of got to keep your head, what? Huh? Oh, Sean got that? Yeah, good job. And then just get back to work. What will be. And the future of Davis Webb, which doesn't seem like it's here in Denver after this year, probably, that's whatever it's going to be. Control what you can control. Right now, the way that Davis Webb gets out of here is he does a damn fine job calling plays for the Broncos. Because if he messes up on his job, no one's going to call. If Davis Webb he'll be like Johnny Morton. Nobody wanted Johnny Morton except Sean because, hey, I know you. Hey, you've worked with me before. Yeah. You have a job forever.
That's called a drinking buddy. Cecil.
Johnny Morton, that's exactly what it is. Or stuff. Johnny Morton is the exact opposite of what you want Davis Webb to turn out to be. You want Davis Webb to be another head coach, and you're like, damn, we just created a monster.
Yeah.
And his name is Davis Webb.
We shall see. The boys are talking right now down at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Our 1 o'clock hour, we call it the fourth quarter. You will be hearing from the boys down there. But we start with Joe Sakic, Super Joe, and something that he had to say, a few things that he had to say, including their style of play. Interesting quote from Joe about their style. It's coming at you next.
Just how difficult will it be for the Broncos to repeat their 14-win success of last season?
I look at the AFC guys. I don't necessarily see a 14-win team in the AFC. I don't even know if I see a 13-win team in the AFC. But I see a bunch of 10 and 11-win teams in this AFC.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Cecil Lammy here for my friends Soda, Diet, and Nutrition.com. 866-800-SODA is the number. And 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda. Why? Because of the Dynamic Diet. And a nutritionist that was personalized just for me customized a Dynamic Diet for me because I've got a lifestyle that is very busy. I'm working all the time, right? Okay, well, because of that, how can I, get some steps in? How can I eat on time? How can I eat the right things? How do I know when I'm done eating for the day? Having that Dynamic Diet customized specifically for me made all the difference. And this is knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. This is no mystery chemicals. I'm not giving myself a shot every day. None of that stuff. This is real food, real results. The Dynamic Diet was perfect for me. It could work for you as well. Personalized just for you. SodaDietNutrition.com online, 866-800-SODA, because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Looking for a way for your hard-earned money to work hard for you? Open a 13-month CD at 4.01% APY from End Credit Union, soon to be Wings Credit Union. With a minimum deposit of only $500, a 13-month term, and a guaranteed annual percentage yield of 4.01%, your future self will thank you. But hurry, this special rate is only for a limited time. Get started today at Ent.com/CD special. Rate accurate as of June 1st, 2026 and subject to change without notice. Insured by NCUA.
Calling all food enthusiasts. Join Cresco Restaurant Equipment and Supply Company for their 4-day expo sale from June 10th to 13th in Aurora. Enjoy incredible discounts with top quality restaurant equipment and supplies. Meet factory reps, dive into their huge product selection, and enjoy free food and giveaways. Don't miss out. Visit them at 751 Billings Street and search for Cresco Denver Expo for details. Cresco, your local culinary headquarters.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more, getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Walmart is proud to sponsor the Be a Mentor, Be a Fan football camp in partnership with 104.3 The Fan. Walmart is helping to invest in the next generation by bringing together Broncos alumni on-air hosts and South High School football coaches for a one-of-a-kind camp experience, benefiting Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado, because every young person deserves encouragement, guidance, and the chance to reach their full potential. Walmart proudly supports Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado and their mission to build life-changing mentoring relationships for kids across our community.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. Denver's recent hailstorm hit hard. Golf ball size hail damaged shingles, cracked siding, dented gutters. You might not see it from the ground, but your roof took a beating. And I don't want you to wait around for a leak to find out. Call Monarch Construction and Roofing today for your free no-obligation storm damage inspection. Monarch works directly with your insurance company, so you don't have to. Monarch Construction and Roofing, your local Denver storm damage experts. Visit monarchroofing.com to schedule your appointment today. Monarch Roofing is your official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
part of the show. Hit us up on a couple of different places, 303-713-1043. That is the RamosLaw.com text line. Put your name on the end of your text. Better chance for you to get read on air. And then Cecil's got our YouTube page covered, monitoring what's happening over there. It's youtube.com/DenverSports. The Dover and Cecil stream is what you're looking for. Get in there. Participate in Tribe Chat, powered by our friends over at Champ Honda. All right, Joe Sakic had himself a press conference, and Josh Kroenke was a special guest. We found out he was showing up early this morning. Joe started the press conference giving us the confirmation that I guess some needed, that Jared Bednar is going nowhere.
Yeah, he's back. All the coaching staff's back, and they're all under contract and no plans to make any moves. He's the best coach for our team.
Best coach for a team, no moves. That means Hackstall's safe, no changes on power play strategy because you're not going to change your coach. Then he was asked about, all right, well, what about the fact that he's on the last year of his contract?
There's a lot of people that are entering their last year of their contract. We haven't thought about right now.
Joe.
The priority is getting through the draft, free agency, trying to make our team as good as possible going into the summer. The rest of the stuff we push that down the line. We'll figure out later in the summer on all that stuff. But I don't think he's worried about it. He shouldn't be worried about it. The contracts will come in the contract.
I love that answer. That is exactly what I'm looking for. That is exactly what I'm looking for in my anti-lame duck conversation, the stuff that we just sit in because we've had it forever and we can't go against tradition. That is a perfect answer from a general manager that understands what's going on and understands where his coach is and where his coach is with his team. Home run from Joe Sakic.
Home run from Joe Sakic. Of course, Super Joe's going to have that answer. It's about results. You've got to have results. Mm-hmm. This isn't a feel-good, like, just pay everybody forever and then you can keep falling short. You have to have results, Jared Bednar, and the pressure's on him. Obviously, the pressure's been on him. Bednar, for the most part, has been able to respond to said pressure. Like it to be better in the postseason so you don't get swept by Vegas. But either way, I think Super Joe set the record right today.
I really like that answer. He said the way he started that, a lot of people on the last year of their contract. Beautiful response. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Man, I feel so much better hearing that from one Joe Sakic. All right, one of the other things you and I talked about was Cale Makar's extension. How big of a priority is that? He said there's some other things that are up at the top of the priority list. I'd imagine Cale's extension is up at the top, right, Joe?
Pretty big. I mean, listen, Cale's going to finish his career here. We're already talked to his agent, so we're confident that something's going to get worked out at some point. I mean, he's got another year, but this summer we expect to have him signed.
This summer we expect to have him signed. And then the fact he just said Cale's going to finish his career here?
Yeah.
Again, do you need to hear anything else? He has the priority, the emphasis that we all have to go get Cale Makar locked up. Don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Now, you don't let guys like that go to lame ducks. They'll go against my argument there because you can't even let him test the water in free agency because somebody's going to throw a ridiculous number out there that would be hard to say no to, and just don't put yourself in the position. Again, another home run answer. Cale, an Av for life.
Yeah, and with Chris McFarland going to Nashville, it's like, well, there's no state tax there.
Oh, yeah.
When they break the bank to get a Cale Makar, everybody would, but he's not leaving. I'm not flipping leaving. I'm not flipping leaving. Yeah. That's Cale Makar.
Somebody make the gif.
I think that's the best news that Avs fans could have gotten from this press conference. He's not flipping leaving because you don't want Cale Makar out that door.
No, you don't.
Did Super Joe, was Kiz there? We know. Were they kicking it with Kiz?
Is Kiz there?
Did he run the Connor McDavid thing past?
I'm not sure.
You know what I mean?
I'd imagine Kiz was there.
There's some interesting questions that could have been asked. It's mostly going to be team friendly. It's not as bad as the Nuggets, but it's still going to be team friendly, which is fine. It's whatever. But I love that answer. You love the previous answer about the lame duck thing. I love that answer about Cale Makar's not going anywhere.
And then now, we're going to do this tomorrow on the show, like I said, but we got to start talking about Cale 2.0. What's around him when Nathan and Gabe and Brock and the boys just age themselves out. That's a part of tomorrow's show. All right, I've loved everything I've heard so far from Joe. I'm not sure I like this answer that much. The question is, do you need to change or address the style of play that the Avalanche play?
Well, we do have some decisions to make. We're thankfully with Josh and Stan, we have all the resources we need. We're a cap team right now, and so we are going to have to move things around a little bit. But the style of play and all that, listen, it worked all year until 1 week, and so our style is pretty good. We just didn't execute the way we normally do. And that's for whatever reason that's what happened. But our style, our system, we can win in different ways. We can score, we can defend. We play against physical teams. We were successful all year against physical teams. I don't think the physical play is the reason we lost. It was just our lack of execution in moments of the games.
That's that word again. That's that execution word again.
Yes.
It kind of haunted us throughout the postseason. And see, that's where I'm going to give a little pushback. And not pushback. I don't know more about hockey than Joe Sakic. I'm not an idiot. But I just, that to me of it worked all year until it didn't. Yeah, I know. Well, that's why we're upset. Because it worked all year until it didn't, and it just felt like, all right, we did it on the show. See, what's happening with L.A.? Is there this blueprint? Don't worry about it. Look what they're going to do to Minnesota. And then you get to Las Vegas, and you go, well, no. There's a part of that blueprint that we saw, and then they just amplified it because they have better talent on their roster, like they're going to have next year, like Minnesota's going to put together, like Anaheim's on their way, all these teams in the West that aren't going anywhere.
Right.
What if LA adds a stud offensive player and then they become a bit more of a threat? So that part, it's not just all good, and that's kind of what the vibe is I got out of that answer of no, guys, it's fine. It worked for, I don't know what the number is, but let's say it worked for 40 weeks. It just didn't work for the 41st.
Right.
Well, yeah, but the 41st was the most important one. So I can't just give him a pass on that answer.
Okay, so mostly you like the answer.
Mostly.
Until
that one.
Well, and we know what the deal is. Everybody's going to know because the regular season, it matters, but it's about the end result. It's about the playoffs, and that's what matters the most. Are they going to be in the playoffs next year? Of course. Are they going to win the President's Trophy? They might push for it. They don't have to. Doesn't matter, obviously.
I don't think anybody should even give two you-know-whats.
Right. Well, it's a major award.
Yeah.
Let's keep handing out major awards. How about the best award, Stanley Cup?
I'm not sure if it's just hanging out with you. I don't know if I care about awards anymore.
Well,
you might have taught me that.
No, it's probably just because I'm old, and it's just a calorie thing. Do I have the calories to burn about oh my God, they didn't get this MVP? Baby, you're judged on championships. I saw a number, and it's Nuggets, but I saw a number for Nikola Jokic, in the last 6 seasons, he's led points and rebounds, and nobody has more than anything. You got 1 ring.
Uh-huh.
Baby, get all those numbers. How many rings? You are remembered by your rings. Dan Marino's the best passer in NFL history. Nobody remembers him. Because outside of Dan Jacobs, who's got a Marino tattoo on his butt cheek. they got nothing. There's nothing because it's about championships. Yeah. Nikola, you got 1. Nate, you've got 1. Go get more. Collect them all because that's how you'll be remembered.
By the way, I saw that Dan Jacobs is at a DeLorean event in
Scotland. Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
people must be calling old 303 Law 4040, Danny boy. Doing pretty good on the financial side of things, huh? Going to a DeLorean event in another country, another continent. I'm just jealous, Dan. That's why I'm talking junk. I'm just jealous. All right. We'll hear a little bit more from Joe, hear a little bit from Josh before the show is over as well, because Josh did sit down and join him. But we also have some things going on over at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. So what kind of mood was old Sean Payton in after he got his big, fat extension today? We'll find out coming up next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes don't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, it starts to wear on you. Here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At Colorado Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here, and I lost 30 pounds in just 7 weeks. It was easy, and I've kept the weight off.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation. Call and start to feel confident again. Go to ColoradoFatLoss.com. That's ColoradoFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Trucking companies and their insurers have teams of lawyers ready to protect their bottom line the moment an accident happens.
I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been going toe-to-toe with them on behalf of seriously injured victims in Colorado. We know how to investigate these cases, build them, and win them, and we won't stop fighting until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you've been seriously injured in a trucking accident, call us today. The Wilhite Law Firm, 303-GOOD-LAW, or visit wilhitewins.com.
The game started. Call your dad.
I'm on it, Ma. Hola, Pa.
Hello, hijita. I can't hear you. I'm at the stadium in Monterrey.
Hear shout goal together. Get nonstop talk, text, and data in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada with T-Mobile, America's best network. Switch on the T-Life app or on T-Mobile.com/connectate. On qualifying plans, not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. In primary usage must occur on our network. Best based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data to H 2025.
If you're practicing real estate in Denver but still not getting the results you want, listen up. Agents who are winning in this market aren't guessing. They've got the right training, the right systems, and the right support. And that's exactly what you get at Weichert Realtors Professionals. Proven strategies to win more listings, technology that keeps you connected anywhere, and coaching that actually helps you close. Take your business to the next level. Call Tim Davis at Weichert Realtors Professionals at 303-302-4000. Each Weichert franchised office is independently owned and operated.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's hear a little bit from Sean Payton, then we're going to get back to an Avs conversation as they had a press conference. The Broncos that are wrapping up this week of OTAs, and then they'll be back at it next week for mandatory minicamp. Same deal, Tuesday through Thursday. We can be out at all of them, and we'll hear a bunch from the guys starting next week. But today, the big news is, of course, Sean Payton. He got himself a brand new extension, and he's going to be in the Mile High City for the foreseeable future. He and George Payton are both tied to the Broncos through the 2031 season. And Sean's, as you can imagine, first question his way is about this contract extension.
I'm super appreciative of that opportunity. I said this to you guys earlier, that triangle of ownership, you know, the Walton Penner Group, Kerry and Greg, and then George working with him. I've been spoiled because I had a real good experience in New Orleans with ownership and Mickey, and to go 2 for 2 with that is hard in our league. And so, you know, I'm thankful they want me back, and we'll do everything we can to continue to keep winning.
All right, so he sounds pretty optimistic, right?
Okay.
Pretty good mood, Sean, down there, feeling the vibes a little bit. And like I said, why wouldn't you be? You just got 5 years, $100 million thrown at you. I'd be pretty excited as well. But I like that triangle comment he makes there. And the New Orleans stuff, again, he brings it up too much, and we don't care about that. But like his personal story, that's a part of it. He did have some success in New Orleans and a good relationship. Now, let's hope that cap situation doesn't end up here the way it did in New Orleans, because that part of the relationship, I think, went south and got sour sooner rather than later. But I like that comment. I like the fact that he's aware of the triangle, and that's a conversation across all sports. If ownership, general manager, and coach are on the same page and can work well with one another, that's what a successful organization looks like.
Yeah, and that starts at the top. It starts with Greg Penner. The Walton Penner Group, this is why you're in the position you're in. I see our YouTube chat. What's up, YouTube? Powered by Sean Honda, of like, oh, you guys are hating on Sean Payton. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're recognizing and realizing what Sean Payton did to get them here.
Did we just spend the whole day giving him
exactly
credit
right?
earning this contract?
Unless you just blow bubbles, that you're a hater. I blame Blog Boy Media. That's who I blame.
Yeah.
But it's like, let's talk honestly and realistically. Honestly and realistically, the pressure is now off the charts for Sean Payton. I mean, off the charts. It's Super Bowl. You've got no excuses. You've got all the roster. You've got a franchise quarterback. You got a great GM. You got great ownership. You have no excuses except to win it all. That's it. That's how you're judged. That's how you're measured. So I understand one of our comments was like, Cecil, 2 Super Bowls in 5 years is pretty tough. I didn't say it wasn't, girl.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, that's what you need. Sean Payton, you've got everything. You've got it all. Now Greg Penner needs a ring or two. That's what he's looking for. That's why you're paid in the way that you're paid. You want to keep it up? Go win.
When did we become this society of fans that gives the yeah, but it's really hard? We all know that it's really hard.
Yeah.
That's what they sign up for.
Yeah.
You know why we don't do it? Because we couldn't cut it because it was really hard, and now we talk about it or consume it as a fan. Stop with a yeah, but it's really hard. Yeah, we know it is. That's why they get paid. That's why he just signed a deal that gives him $100 million, because it's really hard. And yeah, Sean deserved all this next contract. Now what comes with it, that's what we're paid to do, is evaluate and analyze what's going on there. He got further into that conversation about Payton getting his deal, George getting his deal done before Sean got his next deal.
I think in fairness to the question, I think it began after that, and then it got finished. So, but right after George was able to get his deal done, timing-wise, that's exactly how it happened.
And look, wouldn't you just say George was going to expire sooner than you were going to expire? So by simple time, he was our priority.
Yeah.
I don't think it's hey, we picked this guy. It's just timeline.
Yeah, it's just a timeline, and the big deals take time to get big deals done. So, yeah, we're on the timeline now with Sean Payton. Just go win. Win it all.
I keep saying $100 million just because that's what it was before. Will we know the number? We'll get it at some point, right?
Yeah, usually those are a little bit hidden, if you will. It's a lot. I guarantee you that. It's a lot.
Well, let's play the game. If I'm Sean Payton and I'm like, you're Greg Penn, I'm like, hey, I'd like a new contract. And you go, well, do you deserve a raise or do you just want this same deal again?
Right.
Does he deserve a raise? He found Bo. He brought this team another AFC West championship, was just hosting the AFC championship game. Now, he ignored Bianchi's weather report, but he was doing it.
Right. I look at it with Sean Payton, and it needs to be a ring or two, and that's what it needs to be. And I understand he brings up New Orleans all the time. Like, one,
New Orleans.
Greg Penner is better than Mr. Benson or Miss Benson or anything of Saints ownership.
Yeah.
George Payton's a better GM than Mickey Loomis. George Payton doesn't let Sean Payton run away with the credit card like Mickey Loomis did in New Orleans, running away with the credit card, and they're just getting out of cap hell. Just now.
Mm-hmm.
Now.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a few years.
It's because they found a rookie quarterback to make him start.
Exactly. So it's like he's got a better situation. All those years in New Orleans, one ring. Hey, it was a great situation. It's the greatest. Yeah, one ring. Dude, it's the same. It's the Nathan McKinnon, Nikola Jokic thing. Like, one. You are better than one. Nikola Jokic is better than one Larry O'Brien trophy. Nathan McKinnon is better than one Stanley Cup. And Sean Payton is better than one Super Bowl.
Yeah. You know, we got the VJ Magic 8 Ball.
Yeah.
You came up with a bit, and it's so good. We can now, start to think. We can ask Sean, what? Sean, right now, what's on the top of your mind? Right now, what are you thinking? Go, quick.
New Orleans.
That's it. That might be the answer every time, but we could play that game what's Sean thinking?
Yes.
And try to, pick his
I think
brain.
that's a dangerous game.
I guess
I think that's a very dangerous. What's Sean thinking about? Giggling?
It was a nipple protection.
Nipple protection.
Alex, that is outstanding work, Alex.
That's funny.
By the way, Mexico scored, I'm assuming?
Yeah, they did.
We watched Alex go nuts back there as the #1 Mexico fan. They're kicking off World Cup play right now. I was excited that you were so excited. So that was cool to see, Alex. Mexico getting it done in the World Cup. All right, one more from Sean. This is interesting, Cease. About the length of the contract, 5 years. You and I talked about that. Hey, you're going to be pushing 70 when this thing's over. He was asked about the length of the contract and how he's going to feel. How much football energy do you have over the next 5 years?
Look, I think most importantly, aligning with George and the working relationship, and we enjoy coming to work together and going through this together, and I think we think a lot alike. But no, you guys heard that story a year ago in Vegas. The week prior, Bo asked me, how long, and I was like, shoot, plenty of time, 8 years, 9 years, or whatever. And then we had one of those game day moments. And I said, well, right now it feels like 1 year. Yeah, but I'm not really, fair question, but I haven't given any thought to the end game. I think I've got a lot of juice left and enjoy what we're doing. Someone asked the other day, do you enjoy it? And I think when that stops is when you got to look at it. But I'm not at that spot right now.
Yeah, he's actually referencing something that when I heard it last week, I was like, he better answer this the right way of like, hey, do you still get excited for OTAs? And he was like, yeah, we got new players, got new plays, install all the stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, if you answer that any other way, we have a big, big problem. His energy, his love for the game, nobody should be questioning that.
No, not at all. Passion is the way. I mean, it's the way to care. When you care about something in a way that Sean Payton cares about football, that can lead to greatness. That's for sure. And passion is what it's all about. He's still passionate. I texted myself, as I do when I'm feeling it. Passion creates attraction. Care and be seen as more. You are seen better if you're passionate about something, whatever that is. In conversation, if, hey, how was that press conference? Yeah, whatever. Or how was that press conference? Sean said he's still got juice. Like, that passion that Sean is showing is an attraction of like, hey, he's still got it.
Pat, dude, like, your passion about the Knicks literally gets me excited. Because I'm like, oh, this guy, he's my friend, and he's passionate about something. I want to care about what my friend cares about.
Yes.
And now I'm having a hard time doing that. But I get excited literally about other people's passion. Like, if you're into something and explain it to me with passion, I'm like, well, I'm in now. This is awesome. Passion is the best term.
And we're in with Sean Payton. Sean Payton's here for 5 years. Let's flip and go. Get a ring or two.
Yeah, now it's time to win, and it's time to win at the highest level, and that is Super Bowls, plural. And Sean knows that that's the expectation. It's his own expectation. All right, we'll get back to Sean. We'll hear a little bit from the guys at 1:45. Want to continue or get back to our Avs conversation, hear a little bit from Josh Kroenke, Joe Sakic. We're going to check in with Will Peterson as well, who was down there, and that's coming at you next.
With recent revelations about the Broncos' new stadium options, is there reason to worry that a deal could be in jeopardy?
I still think it's more likely that they build on Burnham Yard. It's less likely that it remains on the timeline.
Okay.
And I'll just tell you, and I've mentioned this before, the Lone Tree thing isn't dead. The Lone Tree thing is not dead. There is a reason why this is still being called the preferred site and not this is definitely happening.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic. Our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker. Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some. So this summer, they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auction.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.
Rockies sit down to talk to the media about end-of-season press conference decisions, and we learned a little bit about Joe. We were playing some of Joe's clips. Cecil and I both liked what we were hearing.
You really liked what you were hearing.
Until we got to the style of play answer. Then I changed my tune just a little bit. But I love the fact that he said, hey, everybody's got to deal with their contract situation. Jared Bednar is not excluded from that. So let's learn a little bit more about the day, the vibe in the room. And we bring in Will Peterson to do so. He was sitting in the room, and he's going to head out to host the drive this afternoon, sitting alongside Philip Lindsay. So you'll get a ton of this from 2 to 6. But we figured, Will, let's bring you in and figure out what the vibe was. What was, I guess I'll start with what Joe said about Jared Bednar that I really, really liked. He said, hey, everybody's got a contract situation or something to deal with, and I'm paraphrasing here, but we might get to that by the end of the summer. We might not get to it by the end of the summer. It feels like he is understanding what the situation is, and almost as if he's already explained it to Jared Bednar as well.
Yeah, no, I thought that was really interesting, fellas. I mean, he said the whole coaching staff is back. They're all under contract. So, you know, this time last year, Ray Bennett got fired. There was definitely some wondering if Dave Haxtell was going to get the axe, the power play coach, but he didn't. But you're right. That's one of two major headlines today, and we're starting there with Jared, and that's definitely a huge one because it was an endorsement but not an all-the-way type endorsement from Joe Sakic. Basically, he's under contract. He still works here. He's still the head coach of the team. And he did say, and I'm paraphrasing, something along the lines of contracts work themselves out, which I think if you read between the lines of, yeah, if Jared goes and wins the Stanley Cup next year, he's going to get a big old fat extension and be the Avs coach for another 5, 6, 7 years. Whereas if we come up short, then we're going to have to figure out what to do. And in one case, you just don't extend the guy. He's a lame duck head coach, and then you don't even fire him necessarily. You say, well, we parted ways because his contract ran out. So, yeah, a massive headline that Jared Bednar is still the Avalanche's head coach, but Joe Sakic didn't go out of his way to say, oh, yeah, we got to get a Jared deal done this summer. Certainly putting the pressure on his head coach, something that maybe is time and maybe is needed for Jared Bednar to know it's now or never this upcoming season.
My favorite thing from this presser, Will, was the talk about Cale Makar. You got like a sigh of relief, something for like, hey, Makar's not going anywhere. Whew, thank God.
Yeah, see, that was obviously the second massive headline is Joe made a very bold and encouraging statement about Cale Makar, and that's that he's going to play the rest of his career with the Avalanche. And it's like, wow, you must feel like negotiations are going pretty darn well with his agent if you can, in a press conference situation, declare that Cale Makar is going to play the rest of his career with the Avalanche. Joe Sakic, I think he's very measured with his words. I think he's very calm. I still think he's competitive as all heck, but I think he's competitive when there's a hockey game going on. I don't think he's competitive in a press conference setting. So for him to go out of his way, you know, he could have easily said, fellas, well, we're talking about that. We definitely want to try to get something done with Cale. No. He said Cale's going to play his whole career with the Avs. That, to me, means the contract's at the 1-yard line and that they think something's going to get done here soon. Obviously, it's going to break the bank. Can't wait to see the numbers on it financially, the length of it as well. But, I mean, is Cale Makar looking at, I don't know, I'm doing some quick math, an 8-year, $160 million deal, something like that, 20 per year? I don't know. I don't have those specifics, but I do know that the president and the GM of the team just told us he's going to finish his career with the Avalanche. So for as disappointing as the Vegas result was, and nothing's going to ease that pain until they start playing hockey again next season, this is about as good a news as we could have had, because that, again, is a very bold statement from the leader of the team. And Joe wouldn't be saying that just to say it. Joe definitely believes Cale Makar is playing his whole career with the Avs.
Hearing the voice of Will Peterson at PetersonWill on Twitter. Follow him along there. Read him at DenverSports.com and watch him on our YouTube page with Marcello Romano. Will, one thing that I was kind of like, I don't know if I agree with that. When Joe talked about their style of play and it being fine and perfect until it wasn't. And he said, hey, that's not really a reason to panic. I don't know that I can agree with that one. Maybe panic isn't the right word, but you can't just come back and expect to do the same thing and have a different result, right?
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that about a half hour ago, and I agreed with you, but I just got to tell you, you know, I was lucky enough to be sitting 6-7 feet from Joe Sakic and Josh Kroenke today. I got the vibe something's coming, fellas. I think that was Joe playing a little bit of chess. He knows that other GMs are going to be listening to that press conference. And the very last question, he got asked specifically about Valeri Nichushkin, Arturi Lehkonen, and Devon Toews. Not, you know, hey, are you trading those guys, but sort of using them as examples of, do you need to get younger? And Joe said, we're up against the cap, so we are going to explore trades and probably make trades. Again, I'm paraphrasing, but that's more or less what he said. And it's like, in a question about Nichushkin and Lehkonen and Toews, and there was another guy in there, might have been Brock Nelson, I'm not sure. Joe goes out of his way to say that, well, we don't have any cap room, so of course we're going to explore trades. So I get what you're saying, Dove. I'm taking him at his word on the Cale stuff, the Jarrett stuff, but the personnel stuff, of course, he has got to play that a little bit coy. So I think Joe went up there with the vibe of, oh, yeah, we're running this back, and we know this core can do it and win the cup, and we feel confident with that. And, yes, something like 75 to 80% of the team is going to be back next season, but to get a question where Nichushkin, Lehkonen, Toews, and again, apologies, I can't remember that other name. It may have been Nelson, are mentioned, and then Joe starts talking about trades as the avenue for the Avs doing business, I will say my antenna went up just a little bit.
Yeah, I think all of our antennas should be up for a couple of things, like a trade, of course, a Cale Makar deal, and then a new facility, right? Josh Kroenke talked about perhaps they would have a new practice facility. Was that right?
Well, he said we're waiting on the city and something with pedestrian access around Spear. hopes to have an announcement somewhat soon, but couldn't provide a timeline on that. So do I think some massive release is coming from KSE tomorrow about a huge new Avs and Nuggets practice facility? I don't, but I also thought it was encouraging that Josh was able to offer up some specifics on what they are waiting for from the city before they can declare that news. And I do get the vibe that something is coming. Now, the problem is they haven't even broken ground. So the Avs are still at Family Sports for what? At least another 5 years, I would guess. So am I encouraged? Of course I'm encouraged. But at the same time, it feels like, Cease, we've been having these conversations for a decade, and you can't move until something gets built, and something that state-of-the-art getting built is going to take years and years and years.
Will, last one I got for you. Was there any conversations about Super Joe? Did we lose Will? I think we lost Will. We lost Will. All right, we lost Will. That's all right. I was going to ask him about.
Hey, he's doing 4 hours of radio
General
coming up
manager.
in 20 minutes, so it's all good.
So.
Will, we appreciate your time because, trust me, when I do 4 hours of radio, do you know how much more talking I want to do?
Zero.
Yeah,
0.0. I can feel you on that. Good stuff from Will. I was going to ask him about timeline of general manager. We have a whole summer to go through that. So those are kind of the big takeaways. Maybe there is a move to be made for the Colorado Avalanche when we get closer to July 1 that can change this roster. All right, let's wrap it up. Come back, finish today, going back to Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. A couple more things that Sean Payton said that we want to talk about, the addition of Jalen Waddle, and how likely are we to see Bo Nix next week? He told us, and we'll find out next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Gentlemen, what's going on? Josh over here to talk to you about something that was a complete game changer in my life a couple of years ago. I'm talking about my partnership with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and them getting my testosterone levels where they're supposed to be, as I am now into my early 40s, flirting with the mid-40s. About 2 years ago, I was having a hard time doing anything because I had no energy. Why didn't I have energy? Because I couldn't sleep through the night. All of that led to no sex drive. Big problems in life, right? Who wants to be up all night, no energy to work out, and then no real desire to have sex? It all has to do with your testosterone. And your T levels getting low all has to do with you getting older. It's just what our body does. You stop producing it about 2 to 3% every single year. So what did I do? Well, the same thing I'm going to encourage you to do. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take their low T quiz, then set up your first appointment. That first appointment's only going to cost you $99. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment right there on the spot, they'll waive your $99. And then in about 2 weeks, you start to feel the results. And here I am 2 years later, sleeping through the night, energy where it's supposed to be, sex drive. I feel like I'm 21 years old again. And it's all thanks to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic having my testosterone levels where they're supposed to be. Start your conversation today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
The new 2026 Honda CR-V was made for Colorado, and Champ Honda is the place to get one. Whether you're navigating city streets or heading up to the mountains, the CR-V delivers the comfort and capability you need for all of it. Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you have plenty of great options to choose from. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you know you'll be treated fairly with no games or hidden charges. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Weichert Realtors.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, our final segment. It's going to hit here in a second. There we go. Our final segment, we're going to wrap it up, put a bow on it for the drive. Zach Vai's playing a little golf, so Philip Lindsay and Will Peterson will be taking you home from 2 to 6. Maybe they'll get Zach to check in. I don't really know how it works, but maybe you'll hear from ZB a little later on in the program. But Phil will get you home, and of course, Will being at the press conference, they'll be breaking down everything. It's been a very, very busy day for a June 11th day, Cease. Sean Payton got a new contract extension. Joe Sakic told the world Jared Bednar is going nowhere. There will be no coaching staff changes. And the Denver Broncos are tying their general manager and head coach to one another for the next 5 years. So it's been a pretty busy little June day here in the Mile High City, and I want to continue to hear from Sean Payton. One of the things you and I have talked about, and I'm glad we agreed upon this. We don't have to agree on everything, but I'm glad we both said, hey, nobody's going to freak out from 10 to 2, at least on this station, if Bo doesn't, one, practice at all next week, or it's a limited basis.
Yeah.
It'll be okay.
Everybody's fine. If it was August and Bo was missing practice or very limited, then sure, that'd be something to talk about. It's June.
Mm-hmm.
It's June 11th. If he doesn't do anything today, which he didn't, he did a little tiny something, but nothing.
Yeah.
And then next week, if he does a little more tiny something, but not really nothing, then yeah, I don't care.
You know what my favorite, this actually might be my favorite thing of just, I understand why some people would go, what the hell? But like if he just wanted to troll Marilat and Sean was like, no, Bo's going to be out here tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then he's like, no, Bo's going to be out here tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then they do field day on Thursday.
Oh, that's the ultimate, right?
That would just be hilarious.
He could totally do that. I could see Sean Payton doing
just
that
for us
too.
in the building, so
Right.
we could make fun of James a little bit. That would be fun.
It's field day. Bo Nix is out there on field day.
Well, Sean was asked the question, are we going to see Bo next week?
You know, everyone kicks up their reps. Bo got some earlier walkthrough stuff today. I think you'll see him next week. I've said that before. And so I think it's benefited those two guys a lot, both Stiddy and Sam.
All right, so he brings up the backup quarterbacks, which, again, if those guys have to touch the field, it's over. Guys, season's over. Go home. It's all good. But a little walkthrough today, that's a pleasant surprise to find out, okay, you did something today, and that has to mean he's going to do limited, small walkthrough stuff, as he just kind of hinted at. Bo Nix will be out there next week, even if it's in the smallest of roles, because I think just as much as maybe you and I are done with that ankle conversation, they are also done with it down there, too.
Yeah, they're also done with it because it's essentially a non-story. Now, at this time, is it somewhat a concern? Yeah, I told you it wasn't a 0% concern. It's not 100%, and it's certainly not worth, drama farming. It's just worth talking about. Like, hey, they've cut into that multiple times. What about now? He hasn't missed any games, okay? It can't happen again. That's the main thing. I would love an offseason where Bo Nix doesn't have to have a surgery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that. Can we get that?
Yeah.
Can you do that? I know he hasn't missed any time, but I also don't like the idea of him playing banged up. Especially as a rookie, he played banged up. So it's like, okay.
A back injury is nothing to mess around
exactly.
with.
Back in, how many people do you know are like, oh, I got over my back injury? You're having back problems. Like, those things stick. They stick around. So, like, just get healthy, get right, and go win this thing, man. You've got all the ingredients it takes to win a Super Bowl. You just have to cook it up.
He was also asked about Bo's mobility. Now with another ankle surgery and another cleanup is what we're calling it. They didn't want to say that, but it's what we call it. Will he still have that same sort of mobility?
He's going to be like completely clean mobility-wise. And he's out here like today going through 2-minute reps, walk-through reps. There won't be, he's young, and one of his great assets is his ability to avoid sacks and escape from the pocket, and I don't think you'll see that hindered at all. I think year 3 personnel carryover, a lot of those things will continue to help him, and we love how he's played in the first 2 years.
All right, so mobility won't be an issue. Will he... I don't think he will. I was about to ask you, is he going to run less? Is Bo now aware of what he's dealing with his ankles, or more aware of what he's dealing with his ankles? I don't think that's what it is. I think it's instinctually. He's not, I can't do it because if it calls for it, he's going to do it because you're a football player and you're led by your instincts.
Right. And that's the thing. You're going to take off to run when you feel like you can take off to run. And that's still going to be part of his game. There's going to be a moment where that's not much of his game anymore, like it was with John Elway. And it's what made the helicopter play so spectacular at the time, because when it happened, you're like, that old man took off to run again
Yeah.
and got hit like that, stands up, pumps his fist, and the guys know they're winning the Super Bowl. So with Bo Nix, that'll be a conversation eventually in his career. But right now, it's like, hey, ankle's fine, he's going to run. Now, less designed runs, I would ask for that. And if you're running the ball with J.K. Dobbins, and then Dobbins gets hurt because he always gets hurt, and then you're running the ball with Jonah Coleman because Jonah Coleman could be the best back on the roster, you don't need the Bo show when it comes to the ground game. You need Bo Nix to get rid of the ball quickly, on time, and on target, and that's what he does. And he can pick apart a defense like no other. So he can do that when he's healthy, and he'll stay healthier if he's not having to run the ball. And if he's not having to run the ball, because you can run the ball even without J.K. Dobbins, because you have to be ready for that, and they are. Mm-hmm. Thank God, because last year they weren't, and it's frustrating. It's why you didn't win the Super Bowl. You didn't win the Super Bowl because this team wasn't prepared to be without J.K. Dobbins. They are now. So, Bo Nix, do your thing, man. And if that includes a little bit of running, so be it.
One more from Sean here. We asked Mike about this, too. Mike Kliss this morning when we had him on at 10:15, if you're looking for it going back on the podcast, about the Jonathan Cooper situation. And Payton was asked about the NFL's involvement in his situation.
I think the league has done a good job of kind of coming in and really taking over that responsibility. We had a long visit with Coop, and now the process plays out, and the league obviously will be very much involved in that. We'll stay abreast, but much like you all. And I think that's where it's at, and we just go from there.
All right, so that's where it's at.
That's
we
fair.
Just go from there. That's the interpretation. We don't know. We all have our assumptions, but we have to wait for this to play out and let a judge decide before Roger becomes judge, jury, and executioner.
A long conversation with Coop.
Mm-hmm. You said it when it happened. We don't have these kind of guys in this locker room.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was reiterated to Jonathan Cooper.
I have a feeling it was emphasized. I also have a feeling they could have just straight up warned him, like, dude, come on. Come on. We could easily move on from what are you doing? What are you doing? So, like, again, lots of future left, and who knows what happens, and legal process has to exhaust itself, all these sorts of things. All I know is that team doesn't have a bunch of that stuff happening in the police blotter. And if you're the guy that causes that, well, you're the guy that's got all the attention now. And they do not like distractions.
No. I would imagine that Sean's a pretty cutthroat guy, right? He's going to tell you what's going on and what he feels about it. I would imagine Sean is hey, this is as simple for you, Jonathan, as if your name comes up again in this conversation, you won't be playing football for the Denver Broncos.
Well, and one of the things about Payton's extension, one thing we haven't even gotten to, you like Sean, right? Because if you don't really have a choice.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, man, Sean Payton, he's so tough on, do the whole Brandon Cooks thing. Like, I can't believe they made us practice, or the Dre Greenlaw thing.
Yeah, practice was hard. I'm a football player.
How long did Brandon Cooks play for Sean? Not that long. How long did Dre Greenlaw actually play? Well, actually played. It would have been something miracle to see him out there. But, like, you do that kind of crap of, like, man, we work really hard here. See ya, Pollyanna. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, Felicia.
So weird to me a football player complained about football playing. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Oh, in San Francisco, we got that power station. We just go soak in the rays. We don't actually work in San Francisco. We just soak in the X-rays.
Interesting choice there, Dre Greenlaw, but I guess he got what he wanted. He's back in San Francisco, right? With his buddies out there.
With the power station.
All right, the Rockies are underway right now. Series finale against the Cubs. They're looking to pull a sweep off of the Cubs. They're up 1-0 right now in the top of the fourth inning. We'll see if Ryan Feltner can hold on to that lead. We'll, of course, be reacting to that tomorrow. Hey, win today, and you got an above 500 record in the month of June. Right? Little signs of that improvement that we're talking about. Alex called it laying down the foundation. Little tiny steps in the right direction. That's all we're looking for with the Colorado Rockies. We will be all over Stanley Cup final game number 5 going down tonight. Cecil, they're back in Carolina, 6 o'clock on ABC. Are we just going every other here until we get to game 7 and somebody has to win in triple overtime or something along those lines?
Something like that.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels that way.
So Carolina tonight. Let's just go that. Carolina wins game 5. Vegas wins game 6. We got a game 7 back in Carolina coming up. That'd be early next week. So that would be an ideal situation just so we get more sports. Give me more sports so that it's not just baseball season.
More sports, please. And, of course, World Cup action with our guy, Alex.
Yeah, Alex was fired.
You're like our tour guide, Alex. I'm
going to have a bunch of World Cup questions for Alex.
You're a tiny
tomorrow.
Tour guide with a soccer jersey.
I'm a soccer Sherpa.
Soccer Sherpa.
I like that. Soccer Sherpa.
We're just like, look, I'll be transparent. I'm stupid American soccer guy. I don't know anything about soccer.
Once every 4 years, you pretend to care about soccer. That's
I don't
stupid
even really
American
do that,
soccer guy.
But I'm going to do it this year because Alex is going to guide me along the way.
Alex is your guide.
Yeah, it's my
Your
Sherpa.
soccer Sherpa.
What's the score now? Mexico's still up 1-0?
1-0 going into half, yep.
I think they call it nil.
Hey, they do call it nil. Yeah, this is good.
In your
Let's
face,
go. It's a
Alex.
dub.
I know stuff.
You know how I know that? FIFA.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Play the game FIFA. Plenty. So I'll be checking out a little hockey action when I get home from a little golf action today. See if I can get through a full round of golf. That's the goal.
Am I going to have to slather you up with more back oil?
There's a chance I'm going to call you to pick me up because I can't drive.
My neck
because
and my
back won't allow me to turn.
Are you going to be like Ezel and Friday? Like, give me $150,000 and a packet of juicy fruit.
Probably. That's probably exactly what I'll do. All right, it's KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Plus, you know how it is, always. A shout out to KARS FM up in Laramie. What up with it? 102.9. Yeah, we will be all over Stanley Cup final tomorrow, getting you set for Cease. We could be preparing folks tomorrow for the end of the basketball season and your New York Knicks being world champions as soon as this weekend.
Nobody texted me over the weekend. I told you, Big E is like, hey, I know you don't drink much anymore, but you gotta celebrate if the Knicks win a championship. And I was like, done.
Or you get a little champagne or something?
No, because I'm a tequila guy. So, like I said, I got that Casa Azul bottle, Big Al.
Oh, that's right.
I got that bottle from Big Al. And I might finally, and I've been in my house for 8 years. It's been 84 years. I've been in my house for 8 years. Might be time to crack open that bottle from Big Al. Just make it happen.
I think it probably is.
Yeah, the Knicks win it all. I mean, I got to tie one on then, right? It's okay. It's okay, but as you
You've
get older,
literally been waiting your entire life.
I'll warn you as an old guy. If you
It's a lot of life too.
Yeah, it's rough to come back from those type of nights, right? It's rough.
Yeah.
Like I'll be no good Saturday, I'll be no good Sunday, I'll probably still be no good on Monday, which Spivak will nod his head in agreement. But like either way, like it might be party time in beautiful Roxborough if the Knicks win it all. So we'll see if that does, in fact, happen as we wait. The Drive is set to join us here. Of course, Will Peterson, Philip Lindsay out there doing their thing while ZB and Stokes support a great cause. So, Will, Phil, take it away, fellas.
What's up, boys? Sorry my phone cut off about 20 minutes ago. I was chatting with these guys, Phil, when I was driving up here. I got to say, first of all, God bless E470, because I got from the Family Sports Center, which is way down south, for the Josh Kroenke, Joe Sakic press conference, up here to beautiful Todd Creek, where Stokely and Zach are playing 100 holes of golf for Recruiting Classroom. You can still donate, StokelyCares.com if you want to support Brandon, ZachCares.com if you want to support ZB.
We only support ZB on this one right here, okay? This at 2 o'clock, the Drive, it's only ZB. Now, of course, if you want to support Stoke, you can do that. Old man Stoke, grouchy Stoke. But this is all about ZB now.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. And Zach and Stoke are out there. I believe they're on like hole 60-ish right now. About 40 to go. The weather's picking up. But, Phil, in all seriousness, I was just way down south at this massive presser.
I didn't think you were going to make it in time.
For
man.
Josh. I rolled in at 145.
You
We're all
did?
good. Like I said, E470, baby. I'll pay that toll. I'm not too worried about it. But it's good to be here with you, man. Good to be filling in for Zach because we knew today was going to be crazy.
Yes.
Today got even crazier at about 10:30. Let me break this down for you real quick. 10:40. The Avalanche email us. Oh, by the way, Josh Kroenke is going to be up at the podium with Joe Sakic today, too. I go, okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a treat. Always love hearing from Josh. First time he's done an Avs presser in a long time. He's done it definitely a handful of Nuggets pressers.
Yeah.
But your mind starts going, why are they having Josh up there? And we'll dive into that. He had some good answers. But then, 10:45, Adam Schefter breaks that Sean Payton has a new 5-year contract to be the head coach of the Denver Broncos. They ripped up the old deal. He had 2 years left on that. That is no more. The 5 years starts now, goes through 2030 with George Payton. Let's start there, Phil. Crazy day gets even crazier with Sean Payton bombshell news.
Yeah, so while you were at the press conference with Josh Kroenke and of course, Sakic, I was at OTAs, Denver Broncos, at the facility over there. And honestly, as we're watching Sean talk to his players in the warm-up line, smiling, I'm like, why is Sean smiling? It's a Thursday. I understand that's a Friday for the OTA guys, like the OTA players, because usually on Fridays they don't have practice, so Thursday is their Friday. So I'm like, okay, maybe he's just happy because he's going to go and enjoy a vacation, a little short vacation. But no. The reason why Sean Payton had this big smile from ear to ear is because my man got extended. Everybody is talking about it. The buzz was going on. Everybody's phone was out. And it was like breaking news, right? Broncos announced that they're extending Sean Payton for 5 years. Will, my man's 62 years old, and he has a 5-year extension to 2 years that he has left on the contract. So he just loves football. He loves coaching football. He loves being around the guys. I'll tell you this, if I'm 62 years old, I'm not taking a 5-year extension, but Sean is doing that, and it's a great sign. What it's telling all of us is in that building, when it comes to Sean Payton and George, they have a great relationship. But also in that building, when it comes to Sean Payton, George, and Greg Penner, all of them are on the same page, and that's why Greg Penner decided to extend not just Sean Payton, but George Payton as well this year.
Well, first of all, I sold you short because you took E470 as well, coming from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We both made it up here in time, but really interesting observation from you that, you know, it's the last day of OTAs, and the media's in there for the first time all week, and your mind immediately went to, why is Sean so happy? Why is Sean so happy?
He's never happy right now.
And then you see the tweet from Adam Schefter and, of course, the statement from the Broncos and Greg Penner, and you go, oh, he's happy because he just got a new 5-year extension. Do you think it's a big deal that they did sort of tear up, so to speak, the old contract?
Yes.
And want him and George solidified together through 2030? That now your GM and your head coach are both, they have an exit point, and it could go beyond that, but they both, their contracts are tied to the same year, same day.
All we ever want in life is stability. To be able to go home or to be able to go to a job and understand that like it's a safe environment, but also it's a great environment to work with. That's exactly what's being made there with Greg Penner at the facility. Is he wants everybody on the same page. He wants everybody feeling like they're valued and wanted. And so once Greg Payton got the deal done with George Payton and extended him, he knew that Sean wasn't going to be happy if he wasn't extended as well. He didn't want that to be a distraction. So what does he do? He says, you know what, Sean? I believe in you. I don't want to move on from you. I think we have something great here. As you can see, I'm extending not just the players, but I'm extending the people in the front office, and you're a big part of this. You're a culture builder. You built this up for us, and I want to reward you. And that's when you know that you have a great ownership. When they have the money and they're willing to say, you know what, because of what you're doing is working, and because we love you, we're willing to give you a little bit more money. They did it with Pat Surtain not too long ago. They did it with George Payton, and now they're rewarding their head coach who has built this program up to be really, really good and honestly have a chance to go to a Super Bowl and win one this year.
Well, it's interesting you bring up the money because we haven't seen the money yet. You know, the rumor on the old deal, and it was never confirmed by the Broncos because they don't confirm coaching money, was that it was a 5-year, $100 million deal.
Mm-hmm.
And he obviously coached 3 years of that, so he's made his $60 million. Now he gets this new 5-year deal. Do you think a raise was involved, or do you think Greg said, you know what, we were already paying you 20, we're going to keep paying you 20, or do you think Sean said, I went 14-3 and went to the AFC title game, why not pay me 25, why not pay me 26?
Everybody wants a little bump up, right? For Sean, it's like, I've done what I needed to do here so far. Reward me by giving me more money. Does Sean need more money? Probably not. My man has a lot of money.
Yeah, he's got a lot of cash.
But it's about knowing that you're wanted. It's about knowing that Greg Payton sees what you're doing and says, I am going to reward you no matter what. So, yes, Will, there was probably a bump up. I don't know how much. I don't know if we're ever going to get that information because coaches' contracts never come out unless somebody wants to slip that to me. But he got a raise just like George, and now everybody is happy in the building. The players are happy, and now you can just focus on one thing, and that's winning a damn Super Bowl.
Well, and all these people, James Marilat, my buddy, last night on DenverSports Tonight, trying to tell me about, well, Davis Webb's the head coach in waiting, and if you have this big season and the offense looks fluid, do you stick with Sean? Do you promote David? Well, that's all out the window now. You know, James, his take lasted less than 24 hours. Sean Payton's the head coach of the Broncos from now on. He'll be the head coach through the 2030 season with this new deal. And I do think to some extent they are champagne problems, right? Like if Davis Webb goes and tears it up and the offense is awesome, yeah, hopefully it ends in a Lombardi trophy, but also if he's the head coach of insert Team X next year, you'll shake his hand and wish him good luck.
Well, that's the goal as a coach.
But it does feel like the notion of Davis Webb maybe someday being the head coach of the Broncos is probably dead for now.
Well, are you
because
okay?
he'll be a head coach somewhere else before Sean Payton retires.
Yeah, for sure. Are you okay with the Denver Broncos extending Sean Payton?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's earned this extension for sure. You know, we always hear, it's funny, and we'll get to plenty of Avs today, well, the guy going into the last year of his deal is when you got to extend him. That's the case with Bednar. Sean still had 2 years left on his deal. He had coached 3. He had 2 left. So I would have thought, I mean, if you had asked me yesterday, hey, when Sean get a new deal, I would have said next summer.
Yeah,
Phil.
of course.
This to me feels like it's one summer ahead, which is smart business by Greg Penner and Kerry Walton Penner, because why wait?
Well, that's one way to think of it. The other way to think of it is, what if Sean went to Greg and Kerry and said, hey, look, this is what I've done, X, Y, and Z, like you talked about. I want to get a bump up. I want an extension done. It's not just going to be George who gets his extension done and he's smiling. Now, I understand George had 1 year left on his contract, but I'm the reason why the Denver Broncos are doing so well. Do you think that could be it, where Sean's party addressed and brought to attention that he wants to be extended?
I don't have inside info on this, so I'm just guessing to your question.
Knowing how Sean is.
I don't think that was the case. He still had 2 years left on his deal. You really think he's going and knocking on Greg's door, or his agent's going and knocking on Greg's door saying, hey, George got a new deal. Where's my new deal? I think this was –
It doesn't sound crazy.
Okay, so my gut on this, it was ownership approached Sean. You think Sean approached ownership?
Yes, I do. You have 2 years left on your contract. Greg Penner is a very smart businessman, and he's going to wait out things until it's time to really do it. That's what he did with George Payton. That's what he's done with a lot of these contracts. All of a sudden, you want to get something done with 2 years left on your contract? That, to me, is a little fishy, where it's like Sean going to his agent saying, hey, look, I don't want this to be a distraction. I don't want to sit here waiting and thinking, okay, what happens if I do lose this year and we don't go as far as we should, and am I going to have a job? I want to get this done just like a player would, want to get done, feel comfortable, feel like they have something to lean on. And I believe that Sean probably went up to the top and said, hey, Let's get something done. You did it with George. All right, I'm the biggest reason why we are who we are right now, and we're going to only be better. Get this done. And, yeah, someone like James out there talking about how Davis Webb could be the next head coach. I don't like that. We need to let everybody here know, Broncos country know, that I'm the head coach here for the next 5 to 7 years.
Well, the good news is we've got the next 4 hours to break it down. Will Peterson in for Zach By, who's out on Todd Creek Golf Course right now. Phil and I are looking out.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous. It's really pretty. It's an absolutely beautiful day. Highs in the 70s. We're not baking out here or anything like that. We'll hopefully check in with Zach and Stoke
Yeah,
again.
I wonder where she's at. Where's OZB at, huh?
Did you say where she's at?
Yeah. Where's OZB at? Where's she at?
All right, I'm going to leave that one there. You can go to ZachCares.com or StokelyCares.com if you want to donate. Again, the guys are playing 100 holes of golf for Recruiting Classroom. An awesome cause. Both fellas have raised more than $6,000, which is incredible. This money is going to go to a lot of youth who need it to pursue their sport dreams. But coming up next, what's Sean Payton saying about his contract extension? What's Greg Penner saying about it as well? That's where Phil and I will start the drive on the other side.
Is Evan Ingram playing for more than just a Super Bowl in 2026?
This guy not only playing for maybe the future of his time in Denver, I mean, at this point on the side of 30 that he's on, if he doesn't show something this year, who wants Evan Ingram? I think Evan Ingram might be playing for his NFL life this season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, remember your 20s when you could stay up late, wake up early, hit the gym, work all day, and you still had energy left for extracurricular activities? Now you stand up too fast and you need a recovery period. But here's the thing, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Low testosterone sneaks up on you. You lose 2 to 3% of that production every year in your 30s, and then before you know it, you're tired, foggy, gaining weight, your sex drive's on vacation. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help. Their advanced medical strategies, TRT, peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, and more help you get stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better in the bedroom, and more confident everywhere. Guys, your first visit is just $99. That includes a medical consult plus a T and PSA test. And if you start treatment that day, your visit is free. So go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Guys, they have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, and they have treated tens of thousands of men. So get back to feeling like yourself again at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They're changing your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Denver Deck Builders will not only build you a high-quality deck, but as owner Ron Gibbous explains, so much more.
Oh, you want to use the space underneath your deck? We'll put a dry below in there, and then it won't rain under there when it's raining up above. If you want to spend time on your upper deck, put a roof over it. The customer service of our salesmen getting to know each individual customer's needs is what helps people to spend more time on their deck.
Start planning your ultimate outdoor living space, Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 1043 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
And we are up and rolling on a Thursday, June 11th. Will Peterson in for Zach By, hanging out with my guy Philip Lindsay. What up, Phil?
Woo! What's going on, Will? Will and Phil today. What's the deal? What's the dealio with Will and Phil?
This is great, man. We are getting paid to sit outside at a golf course, beautiful Todd Creek up here in Thornton. Oh, there's Zach By.
You know, ZB over here just giving me the thumbs up.
Yeah,
I love it.
He just told us he's number one. Zach By just told us he's number one. Longtime listeners of the show will know that Zach asked Sean Payton if he's got two of those things, and Zach having a good time. We just found out they're on hole 65-ish.
Yeah, I'm glad Z's not driving the cart, man, because he would probably be swerving up and down this course, man. Oh, look at it right there.
He's got a big old smirk on his face.
Uh-oh, ZB. Oh, don't do it.
No! We do have a video set up here. I don't think it
caught.
caught.
ZB, man. I thought the moon only comes out at night, man.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
If you are watching on YouTube, you may have just gotten a show.
I tell you what, ZB needs to go to Hawaii, all right, get himself a thong, and give himself a nice tan on those cheeks.
No, we are so lucky to be out here. The guys are playing 100 holes of golf for Recruiting Classroom. Both have raised more than $6,000. You still got some time to donate. StokelyCares.com for Brandon and ZachCares.com for ZB. All right, Phil. So it's going to be a fun day. We're going to have a blast. We're so excited to be out here.
So much
but
to talk
man,
about.
We have so much sports to talk about as well. And we led off the show when we took it from Cecil and Josh discussing just bombshell news from ESPN's Adam Schefter that gets confirmed by the Broncos mere minutes later that Sean Payton has a new 5-year contract to be the head coach of the Denver Broncos. This ties him through the team.
Pay that man.
Through the 2030 season. I want to hear from Sean. I want to hear from Greg Penner as well. Sean took the podium. We've got some audio. Greg released a statement. Dante, let's get it going with Sean Payton on getting this new 5-year extension.
I'm super appreciative of that opportunity. I said this to you guys earlier, that triangle of ownership, you know, the Walton Penner Group, carrying Greg, and then George working with him. I've been spoiled because I had a real good experience in New Orleans with ownership and Mickey, and to go 2 for 2 with that is hard in our league. And so, you know, I'm thankful they want me back, and we'll do everything we can to continue to keep winning.
I mean, he goes out of his way to shout out ownership, which he should.
Exactly.
They're the ones that are paying your bills. They're the ones that are giving you this money. How important is ownership in the NFL? Because you hear Sean talking about, I got very lucky in New Orleans, great ownership.
Yep.
I have very good ownership here in Denver as well. A lot of head coaches aren't that lucky throughout their career.
Well, a lot
Sean
of players.
Payton's probably and players too. Sean Payton's probably feeling very blessed that he's 2 for 2 on that.
Well, I'm glad you asked me that question because I'm the right guy to answer it. Because I was with the Denver Broncos when, let's be real, you had John Elway, great football player, had won a championship as a general manager, but at some point cashed out. So he was never there. And if John Elway wasn't there, who else was going to help out? Because there wasn't an ownership group. There wasn't an owner.
You're talking about when the team was in the trust.
Exactly.
When, unfortunately, the late Pat Bowlen was having pretty severe health issues.
Yes, so we didn't have a guy that could hold everybody accountable. We didn't have that guy that could keep this ship afloat and make sure everybody is on the same page. And a little bit of stability. That's all we're looking for in life. And I say this all the time, and I'm going to continue to say it. Stability, consistency. Those are the two things, recipe for success. And that's exactly what Greg Penner is to the Denver Broncos, because now that you have that owner that's going to hold everybody accountable, now the general manager has to do his job. Now the head coach has to do his job. And, of course, the players who are going to make the plays and win the games for you, they have to do their job. So I wish – all right, I'm envious of these players in today's game, but also for the Denver Broncos, the players that are playing for the Denver Broncos, because they do have the stability. They do have a great owner and ownership group. They do have a great general manager, and they have a fantastic head coach that's a player's coach that's going to take care of them. All of that matters when you want to win a bunch of games, when you want to win a Super Bowl. Everybody has to be on the same page, and that's exactly what the Denver Broncos have. They have a high standard for just going out there and having success, not just winning, but also just as people wanting to be the highest of the high when it comes to just representing themselves.
Yeah, and obviously the Walton Penners have been incredible for the Broncos, because you're right. They won Super Bowl 50 when the team was in the trust, and Joe Ellis was running the show, and John was the GM. But I think even Joe and John would tell you those 5 years after they won the Super Bowl were not up to Denver Broncos standard. Yeah. And you're right. There was no owner at the time, and not to mention there was litigation going on with the Bowlen family. There was a lot of distractions. And I think the best thing Joe Ellis ever did, well, he did two great things. One, he helped them win Super Bowl 50 as the CEO of the team. But two, he took his time and he found the right buyer. And I know a lot of people, have vitriol towards Joe Ellis. I don't feel that way at all, because you know what Joe Ellis's final act was as CEO of the Denver Broncos? Identifying Greg Penner and Kerry Walton Penner and Robson Walton as the